Chapter 1732 Suppressing Evil Spirit. After half a month, Xian Yanqing finally broke through to the martial saint realm. After that, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, the Ice Dragon Patriarch, and the Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley returned to Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming heard a lot of news as soon as he returned to Dragon God Valley. In the past half a month, news of the battle at the Tianyu demonic sect had spread throughout the Azure continent, shocking the world. After that, Dragon God Valley, Life and Death Sword Sect, Demon Castle, and other sects gathered all the major sects in the Tsong state to join forces and annihilate the evil spirit cult. For a time, many responded. The Heavenly God Sect, Zhou Sword Sect, and the Evil Moon Sect responded one after another, joining the Alliance army to fight against evil spirit. After that, the Heaven King Palace, Linglong Palace, and Peyuan family, who had always been neutral, also joined the alliance. At this point, the 9 great sects of the Azure continent had joined forces, and with the addition of other small and medium-sized powers, their strength was immense. During this period, the various sects had continuously sent out experts to investigate evil spirit's hiding place, preparing to destroy it in one fell swoop. Another half a month passed, and they finally found out where evil spirit was hiding. It was in a barren land north of the Azure continent. In a short time, the experts of the various large sects in the Azure continent gathered in the north. The Zhou Sword Sect was in the north, and the various superpowers gathered outside the mountain gate of the Zhou Sword Sect. Dragon God Valley was led by the Ice Dragon Patriarch and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. They led a large number of experts to battle, while the Ice Dragon Valley Master guarded Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing also set off with the army and joined the army. In Cloud Dragon Valley, second senior brother Long Yuan Shan stayed behind to hold the fort. Tian Xueqi and Xue Ningxin's cultivations were still weak, so they did not bring them along. As for Yang Tianzong, Lu Ming's 4th and 5th senior brothers, who were all saints, they would fight together. After a few days, they arrived outside the Zhou Sword Sect. Many people had gathered outside the Zhou Sword Sect. They were all experts from various sections. Even the weakest of them was a high-level martial royal realm expert. What was worth mentioning was that Bubble seemed to have gone into seclusion a few days ago. She had transformed into a ball of white light and enveloped herself like a cocoon. Lu Ming knew that Bubbles was about to break through. Lu Ming was secretly happy too. If Bubbles broke through to the Sage State, with the space-time law, its power would be even more shocking. Outside the Zhou Sword Sect, more and more people gathered. After a few days, all 9 top sects had arrived. This time, each top sect sent 2 absolute saints. The 9 top sects added up to 18 absolute saints. In addition, there were even more supreme saints and light saints. Such a powerful force gathered together could sweep away all the sects in the Azure continent. In addition to half-saints and high-level martial royal realm experts, there were tens of thousands of them. All of them were elites, and more than half of the experts in the Azure continent were gathered here. Let's go! The Grand Master of the Zhou Sword Sect hollered before taking the lead and flying north. Zhou Sword Sect was located in the north and was the most familiar with the geography of the area. Hence, he asked Zhou Sword Sect to lead the way. Tens of thousands of experts swept across the world with their terrifying auras. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. It was amazing that so many experts had gathered. If they joined forces, no one could stop them except for Emperor-level experts. Very quickly, they flew into a vast mountain range. Furthermore, the further they went, the more barren the terrain became. Slowly, a thick fog appeared in front of them. Everyone perked up and raised their guard. The Absolute Saint stood outside to prevent any sneak attacks. He continued forward and flew for about 1,000 miles. There's someone in front. Suddenly, someone shouted. Boom! Boom! Everyone's aura exploded as they took a defensive stance and looked forward. A large group of figures appeared in front of them. At the very front were the sect master of the Sky Demon sect, the Yudu sect master, and the other absolute saints. There had only been 10 absolute saints when they had retreated last time. Now there were 2 more, making a total of 12 absolute saints. The absolute saints from the Alliance also flashed and appeared at the front. The people from both sides stopped and faced each other. It seemed like Evil Spirit knew that they were coming and had already gathered their powerhouses to wait for them. Evil Spirit religion's remnants must be exterminated. The sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect said coldly. On his body, there were 2 colors, black and white, which were constantly moving. They were wisps of sword chi. Hee hee, what a joke. Evil spirit will eventually rule the Azure region, and even a wider territory. Those who are enemies with my evil spirit will all die. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect said coldly. Her eyes fell on Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, and her expression was ferocious. You're talking big. Today we'll destroy evil spirit. An absolute saint from the Evil Moon sect stepped out. He was covered in dark moonlight and looked terrifying. This person had been heavily injured by the sneak attack on the Tianyu demonic sect last time. He had recovered recently and hated the Tianyu demonic sect and the Yudu sect to the core. He couldn't help but attack. Bang! Bang! The other absolute saints also stepped out, shaking the ground. A mere lower-tier absolute saint. Kill. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout rang out. It did not come from any of the other party, but from behind the evil spirit group. Then, a middle-aged man in a purple and gold robe stepped into the air. This person was wearing a jade crown and was filled with a noble aura, like an emperor of the mortal world. In his hand was a golden battle sword, like the sword of an emperor. He slashed out, and a golden sword light slashed toward the expert from the Evil Moon sect. This sword chi was boundless and extremely terrifying. Its vast pressure made many people have the urge to worship it and not resist. Absolute Saint in the Great Circle. The Absolute Saint from the Evil Moon sect roared in disbelief and tried to block it. Endless moonlight rose up to block it. However, it was all in vain. The sword light shattered the moonlight, and the terrifying sword light cut into the body of the Evil Moon sect Absolute Saint. The Evil Moon sect Absolute Saint's body froze. His eyes were wide and filled with shock. Then, a bloody gash appeared on his glabella, and his body was split apart from the middle. Everyone was shocked. An Absolute Saint had died just like that, killed by a single sword. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the other Absolute Saints, pupils constricted in disbelief. Absolute Saint in the Great Circle. This middle-aged man, who was filled with the aura of an emperor, was actually an Absolute Saint in the Great Circle. How could the other party have such a powerful expert? The Azure continent didn't even have an Absolute Saint in the Great Circle. Even the Ice Dragon Patriarch hadn't reached the Great Circle of the Absolute Saint realm after living for countless years. Lu Ming was even more shocked. He was very familiar with the man's temperament, which reminded him of De. Yes, the other party's temperament was similar to De's, and De Xian, who had gone to the Divine Wilderness continent. D family, you are a D family's man. Someone shouted. The hearts of many people trembled. The Di family was an emperor-ranked power located in the northwest of the Azure continent. It seems that you guys have good eyesight. The noble middle-aged man spoke indifferently. His body emitted a golden radiance, and he looked down at his subjects like an emperor. Chapter 1733 Trap. Desperation Taoist brother of the Di family. Why did you kill the people of my Evil Moon sect? Do you know that they are from evil spirit? The sect leader of the Evil Moon sect said. His heart was bleeding. An Absolute Saint had been killed just like that. What a great loss. A top sect didn't have many Absolute Saints. I naturally know. The noble middle-aged man said indifferently. Since you already know, why are you still helping the evildoers? The sect master of the Evil Moon sect shouted. Helping the evildoer? What a joke, come out. The noble middle-aged man said indifferently. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, terrifying auras came from all directions. Golden sword lights shot up into the sky, stirring up the thick fog. Then, one figure after another appeared before everyone's eyes. He was dressed in a golden robe and had a jade crown on his head. He was filled with an air of nobility, and his temperament was very similar to that of the middle-aged man. The people of the Di family were all from the Di family, and there were more than 10,000 of them. Every one of them was emitting a terrifying chi. The number of bright saints and supreme saints was shocking. There were even more than a dozen absolute saints. 3 of them had the most terrifying auras. They were no weaker than the noble middle-aged man and were all in the absolute saint realm. In addition to the noble middle-aged man, there were a total of 4 absolute saints in the Great Circle. At this moment, the experts of the major sects all turned pale. They were surrounded. Your D family has also joined Evil Spirit. Someone shouted. What do you mean by surrender? It's just cooperation. The noble middle-aged man said indifferently. Haha, I've said it before. You're the ones who will die today. Evil spirit will rule the Azure continent. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect laughed. The hearts of Lu Ming and the rest sank. They understood that they had fallen into a trap. The other party was waiting for them to come. However, how could they have expected such a thing? How could they have expected that the DI family would also side with Evil Spirit sect and send out such a shocking force to destroy them in one fell swoop? Your D family has sent so many experts to the Azure continent. Aren't you afraid that the Cloud Emperor Mountain will take advantage of this? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said, his brows tightly furrowed. Today they were in trouble. The other party's strength was far above them. If they fought, they had no hope. The other party had 4 great beings in the Great Circle of the Absolute Saint Realm. 4 great beings in the Great Circle of the Absolute Saint Realm were enough to deal with all of the Absolute Saints. Furthermore, they didn't know if the other party had other great beings in the dark. It seems that you are still unwilling to give up. I will make you give up. The Cloud Emperor Mountain was destroyed by my D family half a month ago. Emperor Yun was killed by the martial sovereign of my family. The noble middle-aged man said. What? The Cloud Emperor Mountain has been destroyed. Emperor Yun was killed? How is that possible? That's a great emperor. Countless people exclaimed in disbelief. The Grey State, the Cloud State where the Cloud Emperor Mountain was located, and the Emperor State where the DI family was located. These 3 states were closely connected. The Cloud Prefecture was to the west of the Tsong Prefecture, while the Emperor Prefecture was to the northwest of the Tsong Prefecture. Other than that, there were no other Emperor-ranked powers. That was because the Tsong Prefecture, the Emperor Prefecture, and the Cloud Prefecture were located in the middle of the Cloud Mountain Range. The terrain was flat and the original Qi was rich. The Cloud Mountain Range was vast and boundless. It was surrounded by steep and evil peaks, where countless ferocious beasts resided. Only these 3 prefectures were opened up by Emperor Tsong, Emperor Yun, and the martial sovereign of the DI family. They were suitable for the human race to reproduce and cultivate. Outside of the Cloud Mountain Range, there were other monarch-level forces, but they were far away from the 3 prefectures. In the past, the 3 great forces were in a standoff, and no one could do anything to the other. Ever since Emperor Tsong's incident, the strength of the Azure continent had plummeted. However, the Cloud Emperor Mountain and the DI clan kept each other in check and confronted each other. The Azure continent was able to survive between the 2 forces and maintain a strange stability. Neither the Cloud Emperor Mountain nor the DI family could lay a finger on the Azure region. If one side sent out their troops to attack the Azure region, the other side would take advantage of the situation. Moreover, Emperor Yun and the martial sovereigns of the DI family were all about the same in strength, and neither of them could do anything to the other. But now, Emperor Yun was killed and the Cloud King Mountain was destroyed. In this way, the balance was completely broken and no one could stop the DI family. It must be the evil spirit cult. The great emperor of the evil spirit cult must have helped the great emperor of the DI family to kill Emperor Yun. It's over, it's over. I can't win against evil spirit in the end. Many people sighed. They knew that the Cloud Emperor Mountain had been destroyed and the DI family had sent a large number of experts here. They had no chance. Why are you talking so much nonsense with them? Just exterminate them. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect shouted. Wait a moment. At this moment, 2 figures appeared in the air. They were both wearing black robes. One of them was a white-haired old man, and the other was a thin old woman. Greetings to the 2 elders. The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect hurriedly bowed when he saw the 2 of them. Everyone's heart sank even more. Every elder of evil spirit was at the peak of the Saint Realm. They were extremely terrifying. Now, 2 more had come. The other party was too strong. They had no chance. The white-haired elder nodded. Then, he swept his gaze over the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others. My evil spirit religion has returned. We're still weak and need all the power we can get. As long as you surrender and work for my evil spirit religion, I can spare you. Many people's hearts moved, and their eyes flickered. If they fought today, only death would await them. Rather than being killed, it would be better to join evil spirit. Of course, everyone who seeks refuge will place a seal on your soul or your spiritual god. As long as you dare to resist, your soul will be destroyed and you will die with a single thought. The white-haired old man's voice turned cold. Many people's faces turned ugly. If a spirit or a spirit god had a restriction placed on them, they would really have no freedom at all and would have to obey evil spirit. All right, I'll give you 3 minutes to consider whether to surrender or not. Surrender and you'll live. If you don't, you'll die, the white-haired elder announced. Many people's faces were ugly. Their eyes flickered as they looked around. However, they had been completely surrounded. There were too many experts from the DI family and the original members of Evil Spirit. They had no chance. The difference was too great. It was impossible to break out of the encirclement. If they attacked, they would only die. As time passed, the atmosphere became more and more solemn. Very quickly, 3 minutes were about to pass. I'm willing to surrender. The entire Heavenly God sect is willing to surrender. A voice rang out. It was the sect master of the Tiantian sect. He was the first to speak. Good, a wise man knows when to act. You all step forward. I will set up a restriction on your soul or spiritual god. The skinny old woman spoke, her voice harsh and unpleasant. Although the sect master of the Tiantian sect was unwilling, he still led the experts of the Tiantian sect forward. The skinny old woman stepped down and stretched out her hand to touch the forehead of the sect master of the Heavenly God sect. Dense inscriptions entered the forehead of the sect master of the Heavenly God sect. Chapter 1734 Breaking out after the skinny old woman from Evil Spirit sect set up a restriction for the sect master of the deity sect. She continued to set up restrictions for the rest of the deity sect. For those with high cultivation, she was a little slower in setting up restrictions. For those with low cultivation, she was extremely fast. With a wave of her hand, she set up restrictions on them one by one. The person with the restrictions stood behind the skinny old woman obediently. Master, I'm going to rush out. In the crowd, Lu Ming held Xian Yanking's hand tightly and sent a message to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. He wasn't willing to be controlled by Evil Spirit and become their puppet. That would be worse than death. Moreover, there was still Xian Yanqing. He would rather die than let Xian Yanqing fall into Evil Spirit's hands again. All right. To his surprise, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master nodded and sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. I'll contact the others and we'll take action together. No matter what, you young people must be sent out. Otherwise, we really have no hope. Lu Ming was touched. It seemed that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had no intention of surrendering. Even if Lu Ming did not say anything, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master would find a way to rush out. Master, the halberd I obtained from the 100 Clan battlefield only has 2 streams of energy. I used one last time at the Tianyu Demon Sect, and if I use the other one, I can kill a person in the Great Circle of the Absolute Saint Realm with one strike. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. All right. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes lit up. Originally, he didn't have much confidence because each of the 4 sides had an absolute saint in the Great Perfection Realm guarding them. In addition, there were 2 evil spirit elders. Even if he could unite a group of people and attack together, he wouldn't have much of a chance. However, if Lu Ming could kill an absolute saint in the perfection stage, they would be able to break out of the encirclement from that direction. The possibility of them breaking out would increase greatly. I'll contact the others first, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. He immediately sent a voice transmission to the Ice Dragon Patriarch, who naturally agreed. Then, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master sent a message to the Sect Master of the Life and Death Sword Sect, the Castle Master of the Demon Castle, and the Hall Master of the Heaven Seat Hall. Most people agreed, but people like the Evil Moon Sect and Piyuan family shook their heads and sighed. They didn't dare to take the risk. Ming, we've already discussed it. When the time comes, the Patriarch and I will take you and Yanqing to break out of the encirclement. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. It's just me and Xiao Qing. What about my senior brothers and the other disciples of Dragon God Valley? Lu Ming was shocked. There's no other way. The more people we bring, the less chance we'll be able to escape. If we bring them along, we'll only kill them. It'll make them surrender and join Evil Spirit first. You and Yanqing are the most talented. Only if you rush out will there be hope. When your cultivation is great, you can come back to save them. If you're caught, the others will have even less hope, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. But Lu Ming could not bear it. There's no need to say anything else. Ming, remember, you are the only hope. The other sect leaders think the same way. They will only bring 1 or 2 of their most outstanding disciples to break out of the encirclement. There is only hope if you are safe, said the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Yang Tianzong and the others. Yang Tianzong and the rest trembled before they nodded without hesitation. Little junior brother, I'm counting on you. I'll wait for you to save me in the future. Yang Tianzong smiled and sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. He then strode out and said loudly, I want to surrender. I also want to surrender. Lu Ming's other senior brothers, as well as the rest of the people from Dragon God Valley, stepped out one after another, shouting their surrender. At this moment, Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly and felt a tingling sensation at the tip of his nose. Some people might be really afraid of death and thus surrendered. However, Lu Ming understood Yang Tianzong and the rest very well. They would definitely rather fight to the death than surrender. However, at this moment, they surrendered without any hesitation. Their purpose was to put Lu Ming and the rest at ease, and to paralyze the evil spirit cult and the DI family. Senior brother, if I rush out, I will definitely come back to save you. Evil spirit cult, D family, I will definitely make them disappear from the Yuan continent. Lu Ming swore in his heart. I surrender. There were people from other sects who kept shouting to surrender. As expected, the evil spirit cultivators looked satisfied. The skinny old woman waved her hand and set up a restriction for Yang Tianzong and the rest. Ming, it's time. The voice of the Cloud Dragon Valley master rang in Lu Ming's ears. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed to the west. Buzz! Buzz! And NBSP whoosh! At the same time, Xian Yanqing, the Cloud Dragon Valley master, the Ice Dragon Patriarch, the Life and Death Sword Sect Master, and the others also moved. They all rushed to the west. You still want to resist? You're looking for death. From the west, an absolute saint in the perfection stage shouted. A golden combat sword appeared in his hand, and a terrifying aura burst forth. A terrifying golden sword light slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. The attack of an absolute saint in the Great Circle was too terrifying. It suppressed all directions and destroyed everything in its way. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others' expressions changed. Even if they joined forces, they might not be able to break out of this attack. If they were blocked by the other party, the others would react and they would have no chance. Kill! At this moment, Lu Ming bellowed. The reincarnation halberd appeared and the last wave of energy inside it exploded without hesitation. The reincarnation halberd transformed into a towering halberd. As it slashed down, the golden sword light was directly destroyed by the halberd. The halberd didn't stop. It was as fast as lightning. The absolute saint in the Great Circle couldn't block it at all and was cut in half by the halberd. The terrifying power even left a deep trench in the ground. Charge! Kill our way out. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others were invigorated as they charged forward with all their might. There were still a few absolute saints in front of them, but they were pushed back. They didn't want to fight anymore. They rushed out of the crowd and flew away. Damn it, chase, quickly chase! The white-haired elder from Evil Spirit roared and was the first to give chase. The other two absolute saints from the DI family, as well as some other absolute saints, also rushed out and flew toward Lu Ming and the others. You guys, go after them too. The skinny old woman looked at the sect master and the others. The face of the sect master of the Heavenly God sect changed. Hurry up! The skinny old woman shouted. The sect master of the deity sect and the few absolute saints who were trapped by the restriction had no choice but to chase after Lu Ming and the rest. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master enveloped Lu Ming with his saint energy while the Ice Dragon Patriarch flew forward at top speed with Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the room and realized that the others had brought one person each. The sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect brought a young man with him. Lu Ming was quite familiar with him. It was Luo Xiang. Another absolute saint of the Life and Death Sword sect also brought a young man. In addition, there were two absolute saints from Demon Castle, two absolute saints from the Sky King Palace, and two absolute saints from the Linglong Palace, each with one person. There were 10 absolute saints and 10 young men. Without a doubt, these young men were the most talented ones in their respective sections. Only by sending them out would they have hope in the future. You won't be able to escape, so surrender. A cold voice came from behind. It was the elder from Evil Spirit, the white-haired old man. Emperor-to-be the white-haired old man's speed was extremely fast. He was like a stream of light as he approached the crowd. There was a river flowing around his body, making him look like a god. The laws have formed a river. This person has already completely mastered a type of law. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master roared in anger, his expression extremely ugly. The others were the same. The river around the white-haired old man was completely formed from laws. It was a river of laws. The Saint Realm was the cultivation of laws. Ordinary people could only cultivate one law. He continued to comprehend and cultivate until he finally mastered this law. However, it was too difficult to completely grasp and comprehend a law. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even if he cultivated to the great circle of the absolute Saint Realm, he still hadn't completely comprehended a single law. When one completely comprehended a law, one would have already transcended the Sage Realm and was half a step into the Martial Emperor Realm. This realm could be called the Emperor-to-be realm. This white-haired old man was an Emperor-to-be. An Emperor-to-be was much stronger than a peak absolute saint. Everyone gritted their teeth and increased their speed to the maximum, flying forward with all their might. Whoosh, whoosh. Streams of light streaked across the sky, and in the blink of an eye, everyone had flown tens of thousands of miles away. At this moment, the white-haired elder was getting closer to them. Kill! The white-haired elder shouted. With a wave of his hand, the river of laws turned into a huge palm, as big as a mountain, and blasted towards everyone. The terrifying power seemed to be about to burst the space. Let's join hands. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others roared and blocked Lu Ming and the others behind them. The 10 Absolute Saints joined forces and unleashed their strongest attack. The 10 attacks combined and blasted toward the huge hand. Boom! There was an earth-shattering boom. Although the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the other top 10 experts managed to block the huge hand, their bodies trembled and they retreated one by one, spitting out blood. He injured 10 Absolute Saints with one move. The power was earth-shattering. I'll give you one more chance. Evil spirit is in need of manpower. Surrender and I won't kill you. The white-haired elder said coldly. What made them even more desperate was that many figures were coming from behind. The other Absolute Saints were coming. Leave this person to me. Lu Ming held the reincarnation halberd in his hand and strode forward. He held the sword with both hands, exhaled, and slashed the reincarnation halberd at the white-haired elder. This time, Lu Ming released all the remaining energy in the reincarnation halberd, leaving nothing behind. The terrifying energy on the reincarnation halberd made the white-haired old man's expression change. Slash! The explosive elder roared. The river of laws transformed into a huge sword and slashed at Lu Ming. Clang! The halberd and the giant sword met in the air, and a terrible energy burst out, sweeping in all directions and destroying the world. Break! Lu Ming's long hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like an invincible god of war. The reincarnation halberd glowed with a dark light, slowly pressing down on his opponent. Bang! In the end, his opponent's sword light exploded with a bang. The terrifying energy on the reincarnation halberd completely hit the white-haired elder. The white-haired elder screamed and his body flew hundreds of miles away. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and his aura was extremely weak. However, the white-haired old man did not die. Lu Ming sighed. The other party was too strong. He was an emperor-to-be. Of course, if all the energy in the reincarnation halberd was released, it could kill an emperor-to-be. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had used the last energy to kill an absolute saint in the Great Circle. As a result, he did not have enough energy to kill the white-haired elder. He could only injure him. The Reincarnation Emperor had once said that if the energy in the reincarnation halberd was fully unleashed, it could kill any expert below the emperor level, even an emperor-to-be. Of course, that was referring to the complete explosion of energy. Elder! At this moment, the experts of the Di family, the sect master of the Tiantian sect, and the others also arrived. They exclaimed in shock. What kind of weapon was in Lu Ming's hand? It was so terrifying that it could even injure an emperor-to-be. Previously, he had killed an absolute saint in the Great Circle with a single strike. This shocked them so much that they didn't dare to move forward. Let's go! At that moment, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's holy power rolled up and enveloped Lu Ming. Everyone continued to fly forward. Don't let them get away! The white-haired old man shouted angrily, then sat down on the ground and began to heal his injuries. Chase! The Di family's experts, the sect master of the Tiantian sect, and the others continued to chase after Lu Ming and his group. Not long after, another tens of thousands of miles had passed. After all, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others had brought one person with them. The distance between the two sides was slowly closing. However, they did not dare to make a move. Clearly, they were afraid of Lu Ming's reincarnation halberd. You guys attack first. An absolute saint in the great perfection of the Di family looked at the sect master of the Sky God sect and the others. Why should we make the first move? The expression of the Heavenly God sect's sect master changed drastically. If you don't attack, you'll die now. An expert from the Di clan coldly spoke. And NBSP, the sect master's face turned ugly, but they were being controlled by evil spirit and could only follow orders. Otherwise, the other party could kill them with a thought. Yunruoxu, Lu Ming, you'd better surrender. Evil spirit has its eyes on you. You can't escape. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect spoke. Even if we can't escape, we still have to escape. The Cloud Dragon Valley master said. Stubborn. Kill. The sect master of the Tianshan sect looked gloomy. He took out a saint weapon and attacked the crowd from a distance. The Cloud Dragon Valley master slashed out with his sword and sent the holy weapon flying. Following that, the other absolute saints, who were with the sect master of the Heavenly God sect, also took out their saint weapons to attack Lu Ming and the others. They were afraid of Lu Ming's halberd and did not dare to get close. We're getting close, attack with all your might. The Emperor family's expert coldly shouted. The sect master of the Tianshan sect had a cold expression on his face. He suddenly sped up and condensed a spear of divine punishment in his hand, stabbing it toward Lu Ming and the others. Get lost! The Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley slashed out with his sword, sending the sect master of the deity sect flying. Boom! An expert of the Emperor family flew up into the sky and slashed down with his sword. An astonishing sword light slashed down towards the crowd, and they joined forces to block the sword light. That brat's halberd should have some restrictions. He can't use it now. Suddenly, the sect master of the Heavenly God sect shouted. He recalled the time when he was in the Sky Demon sect. At the beginning, Lu Ming was also courageous and invincible. He had killed a few absolute saints in a row. However, in the end, he had watched the sect master and the others leave and did not pursue them. If Lu Ming's halberd could be used indefinitely, why didn't he kill the sect master of the Sky Demon sect and the others back then? With the power that could severely injure an emperor to be just now, it was completely possible. Moreover, he was being attacked by them, yet he had not used it. It was clear that there were some restrictions that prevented him from using it. Lu Ming's expression changed. It seemed that he had been exposed. The Di family's warrior's eyes glowed as he shouted, "Let's attack together." Instantly, 2 absolute saints in the perfected stage and more than 10 absolute saints attacked at the same time. The terrifying attack swept toward Lu Ming and the others. A helpless choice, the sect master of the Tianshan sect pointed out Lu Ming's halberd, which was probably unusable now. The powerhouses of the Emperor family and Evil Spirit sect began to attack. All kinds of attacks poured toward Lu Ming and the others. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others could only retaliate with all their might. However, the other party had more people, and there were 2 absolute saints in the Great Circle. They were no match for them at all, and they were forced to retreat. They were at a disadvantage. The 2 absolute saints in the Great Circle were too powerful. After more than 10 moves, the weakest absolute saint was injured. He still hasn't used his halberd. It seems like he really can't use it. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect spoke. His eyes were flickering with a cold light. Since he and the people of the deity sect could not escape and were under the control of evil spirit, he did not want the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others to escape, especially Lu Ming. At the very least, he had to take down Lu Ming and the rest and turn them into evil spirit's puppets. Kill! The 2 absolute saints in the Great Circle were even bolder. They held the Emperor swords and their sword chi was vast. They were like human emperors who could conquer the world. An absolute saint from the demon castle was pierced by the sword chi. He was severely injured and almost died. Boom! Boom! The others also continued to charge forward, breaking the defensive formation of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others. Die! An absolute saint in the Great Circle of the Emperor family shouted and stared at the expert from the demon castle. His attacks were like a tide, and the Emperor's sword was slashed out, destroying everything. You guys hurry up and leave. The cultivator from the demon castle roared and tried his best to block, but it was useless. In the end, he was cut in half by a sword and died here. Kid, you're a talent. Surrender. The DI family's expert stared at the young heaven's favorite of the demon castle, who was being carried by the expert from the demon castle, and said coldly, "I surrender." The paragon of the monster castle had no choice but to surrender. At this time, another angry roar came from another person. The dantian of an absolute saint from the Sky King Palace had been pierced by another absolute saint in the great perfection of the Emperor family, and his saint heart had been destroyed. The sword light turned the absolute saint into ashes. In the blink of an eye, 2 absolute saints had died. "We can't fight them head-on charge." The Cloud Dragon Valley Master let out a long roar. The remaining 8 people tried their best to break through, but the other party was too strong. They were completely blocked and found it difficult to break out of the encirclement. "We can't go on like this. We have to split up and disperse the other party's strength. Otherwise, we'll all be left behind," said the Ice Dragon Patriarch. "That's right. The 8 of us will form groups of 2 and break out of the encirclement. Whether we can break out or not will depend on our luck." The sect leader of the Life-Death Sword sect said, "I'll open the way." The Ice Dragon Patriarch let out a long roar and turned into a huge ice dragon. He opened his mouth and spat out a snow-white dragon horn, which emitted a terrifying power. The Ice Dragon Patriarch showed a trace of reluctance in his eyes and then roared, "Explode!" The snow-white dragon horn exploded with a boom, and a terrible cold current rushed out. An absolute saint of the DI family was frozen by the cold current, turning into an iceman. An absolute saint in the Great Circle was pushed back by the cold current, and his body was covered in a layer of ice. "Charge!" The Ice Dragon Patriarch roared and rushed out. The others followed closely behind. They broke out of the encirclement. Then the 8 absolute saints split into 4 groups and ran in 4 directions. The Ice Dragon Patriarch and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master led Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing in a group. The 2 absolute saints of the Life and Death Sword sect led Luo Xiang and the other 2 heaven's favorites in one group. The 2 great beings from the Linglong Palace formed another group. The Lord of the Demon Castle and the Lord of the Sky King Palace formed another group. "Split up and chase!" An absolute saint in the Great Circle roared. "We can't let that Lu Ming go. He'll definitely be a big problem once he grows up." The sect master of the Heavenly God sect shouted, "Chase!" The absolute saint in the Great Circle personally led a group of people to chase after Lu Ming and the others. The others split up and chased after the other groups. "That expert in the Great Circle of the Absolute Saint realm has his eyes on us." The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's face was dark. With the combat power of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the Ice Dragon Patriarch, they were confident of escaping if there was no absolute saint in the Great Circle watching them. However, it would be difficult if an absolute saint was watching them. The 2 of them carried Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing as they flew at top speed. However, the other party was obviously faster and the distance between them was constantly closing. "Master Patriarch, we must split up." At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. The enemy's target was obviously him. If they split up, Xian Yanqing's chances of escaping would be very high. If they worked together, it was very likely that none of them would be able to escape. "Lu Ming, don't split up. Let's go together," Xian Yanqing said. How could she not know what Lu Ming was thinking? Lu Ming is right. We must separate. Patriarch, you take Yanqing and I'll take Lu Ming. We'll take as many as we can. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. All right. The Ice Dragon Patriarch was also very decisive and nodded directly. Lu Ming. Xian Yanqing was still reluctant. Let's go. Lu Ming roared. The Ice Dragon Patriarch grabbed Xian Yanqing with his huge claws. With a long roar, he separated from the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and flew in another direction. You guys go after that Ice Dragon. Leave these 2 to me. The Absolute Saint in the Great Circle ordered the other Absolute Saints to chase after the Ice Dragon Patriarch, while the Great Being in the Great Circle continued to chase the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and Lu Ming. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. With the Ice Dragon Elder's combat strength, as long as he wasn't up against a perfected Absolute Saint, there was a high chance that he would be able to escape. The Absolute Saint was indeed staring at him. This was also the reason why Lu Ming did not use the mountain and river diagram to store other people. If he put the others into the mountain and river diagram, the other party would be less of a target. They would only need to keep an eye on him. In that case, they would not be able to escape. As long as he could capture Lu Ming, he would be able to wipe them out. The best way was to split up. the Cloud Dragon Valley Master brought Lu Ming along and transformed into a beam of sword light. In the blink of an eye, they traveled 1,000 miles, and the endless mountains beneath their feet swept past. You can't escape. Since your combat strength is not bad, you should surrender obediently. Otherwise, only death awaits you. The Supreme Saint of the Di family said coldly. His body seemed to have turned into a golden sword light, breaking through the air at an amazing speed. Even if the Cloud Dragon Valley Master tried his best, he was unable to pull away. Instead, the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Whoosh! Behind them, the Di family's expert slashed out a sword light towards Lu Ming and the other man. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master waved his sword to block it. With a clang, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's body trembled and his face turned pale. However, he still used this force to fly forward for 100 miles. Master. Lu Ming was worried. I'm fine. Ming, you go first. I'll block him. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. What? Lu Ming's heart trembled. No, this person is too powerful. He's a perfected absolute saint. I can't let Master stay here alone. If the Cloud Dragon Valley Master stayed behind to stop the other party, the odds would be against him. Lu Ming would never agree to that. Ming, there's only hope as long as you escape. Now, your senior brothers and so many people from Dragon God Valley have fallen into the hands of evil spirit cult. Dragon God Valley will definitely not be safe from now on. Your only hope now is on you. With your talent, you will definitely rise in the future and destroy evil spirit cult and the Di family. If you're also caught, then there's really no hope at all. Do you understand? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master continued to transmit his voice. Chapter 1737 Bubbles transforms, Master. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Although he understood that this was the best choice, he really couldn't leave the Cloud Dragon Valley Master to resist the other party while he escaped alone. Ever since he joined Dragon God Valley and became Cloud Dragon Valley Master's disciple, Cloud Dragon Valley Master had helped him too much. In front of Cloud Dragon Valley, he had been suppressed by Yin Zhang. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master had pushed Yin Zhang back in anger. Later on, he had used the power of the third bloodline to transform into a killing puppet. It was the Cloud Dragon Valley Master who had arrived in time and saved him. He had frozen him for half a year to erase his endless killing intent. And many, many more. It could be said that without the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, Lu Ming would not be where he was today. Now Lu Ming had to make such a choice. Lu Ming found it difficult to do it. Ming, don't be silly. Your senior brothers and the rest of Dragon God Valley depend on you to save them. You don't have to worry about me. If I can't win, I'll just surrender and wait for you to come back and save me. The evil spirit cult needs strength to rise again. They won't kill me. And NBSP Cloud Dragon Valley Master continued. Also, escape and go to Ancient Moon Holy Land. Ask for help from them. Only a powerful faction from Ancient Moon Holy Land can deal with evil spirit sect. If we're all captured, we'll have no hope. Let's go. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master shouted. Master, take care. Lu Ming roared and used the divine wind steps to fly forward at top speed. Lu Ming was also a decisive person. He struggled in his heart for a while and made a decision very quickly. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master stopped and held his sword in one hand. His white clothes were like snow and his white hair danced in the wind. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at the Di family's experts rushing over. Roar! Buzz! A dragon's roar resounded as sword chi shot up into the sky. Lu Ming turned around and saw two shocking sword gleams meeting in the air and colliding fiercely. Lu Ming's heart trembled and he clenched his fists tightly. As he used too much force, his nails dug into his palms and blood flowed. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was roaring in his heart, Master, you must be fine. I will come back to save you in the future. Evil spirit cult, D family, I will destroy them with my own hands. Boom! Boom! In the distance, sword chi shot up into the sky, constantly clashing with each other. It was extremely intense. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and pushed his speed to the limit. He dashed into the distance like a stream of light and finally rushed into the vast mountains. After rushing into the mountain, Lu Ming transformed the chaos rule into the law of the earth and then rushed into the ground. Lu Ming's entire body sank into the ground and he disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming traveled underground, surrounded by laws. His speed was still extremely shocking. Moreover, Lu Ming had cast the illusionary breath technique to conceal his aura to the extreme. Not a single trace of his aura was leaked out. Just like that, Lu Ming had been traveling underground for 2 days and 2 nights. He had no idea how far he had run. At this moment, Lu Ming finally stopped. With a single thought, he entered the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram was left deep underground. Lu Ming took out a pile of raw gemstones and devoured and refined them. Not long after, Lu Ming's holy power was fully recovered. I wonder what happened to Master? I hope that Xueqi can't win and directly surrender. And Yanqing. Did he and the Ice Dragon Patriarch escape? Lu Ming's eyes were full of worry. Strength. At this moment, he was extremely eager for strength. His cultivation speed was already very fast. It had been more than 5 years since he came to the Yuan continent. When he had just arrived in the Yuan continent, he was only at the supreme level and had not yet become an emperor. But now, he was already a saint. It was shocking that he had crossed such a huge distance in just a little more than 5 years. One should know that after reaching the rank of a martial emperor, the concept of time became more and more unclear. Many people would go into closed-door cultivation for 10 years, decades, or even hundreds of years. In 5 to 6 years, many people might not even be able to cross one level of cultivation. Lu Ming's cultivation speed was already very fast. It was not inferior to some of the peerless geniuses. Lu Ming's combat strength was even more shocking. With his cultivation of initial bright saint, he could even kill an ordinary initial supreme saint if he used all his means. There had never been one in the Azure continent since ancient times. However, such a battle prowess was naturally high up in the Azure continent's younger generation. It was impossible to surpass him, but in the face of an emperor-ranked power, he was still so powerless. In emperor-ranked forces, let alone martial emperor powerhouses, he wasn't a match for any of the emperors to be or absolute saints. He had to keep improving. If he had the cultivation base of a martial supreme, he could directly trample on the Di family and annihilate the Di family and evil spirit cult. Master, just you wait. I will definitely go to ancient Moon Holy Land and get reinforcements. Even if there are no reinforcements, I will definitely save you all. Lu Ming's eyes were determined. He moved and appeared in a valley. In the valley, there was a milky white light cocoon, and within the light cocoon was Bubble. Lu Ming took a look and left the place. He sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree. I can't go out now. I guess evil spirit and D family are looking for me all over the world. I'll go out after a while. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming then closed his eyes and began to study the finger of tribulation of chaos. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the distance, a beam of light shot into the sky and interrupted Lu Ming's cultivation. Bubble. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and appeared in the valley. At that moment, the light cocoon that was formed by bubbles was extremely dazzling. After a while, the light receded and Lu Ming saw a figure in the light. Yes, it was a figure, an adult. Don't tell me that Bubbles has transformed? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. When the light completely disappeared, a little girl appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was a little girl who looked to be only 2 or 3 years old. Her hair was loose and she was naked, revealing her skin that was even fairer and smoother than white jade. She looked chubby and extremely cute. This is Bubble? It really is a woman. Lu Ming was tongue-tied. Brother Lu Ming, chirp, chirp. The cute little girl blinked her big eyes. When she saw Lu Ming, she called out in a childish voice and pounced toward Lu Ming. She threw herself into Lu Ming's arms, her chubby body rolling in his arms. Bubble, you've transformed? Lu Ming said. The spirit sea was already capable of transforming ordinary demonic beasts. However, divine beasts could only transform after they reached the Emperor realm. The higher the level, the harder it was to transform. Bubbles was one of the top 10 war beasts, but it could only transform after reaching the Saint realm. That's right, Chirpy. Bubbles opened her mouth and spoke in a childish voice. Her speech was not smooth and she even had a chirpy tone at the end. She was really as cute as she could be. Haha, Bubble, put on your clothes. Lu Ming smiled and his mood finally improved. Yes, brother Lu Ming, chirp chirp. She was sparkling, and there was light flowing on her body. She weaved a little dress with saint power, which made her look even cuter. Bubble, Let's go out and take a look, Lu Ming said. He then let Bubbles sit on his shoulder. Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram, concealed his aura, and headed to the ground. More than half a month had passed, so the other party must have left this area. Chapter 1738. Asking for information. After reaching the surface, he found that he was in a vast mountain range, and the roars of demonic beasts could be heard from time to time. I wonder how Master is doing? And Xiang and the others? Lu Ming revealed a worried look. Bubble, you enter the mountain and river diagram first. I'm going back to Dragon God Valley, Lu Ming said to Pow Pow. Pow Pow nodded and returned to the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming's body began to transform. In the end, he turned into a dark-skinned young man. His aura had also changed greatly. Then, Lu Ming headed in the direction of the Azure Continent. Lu Ming could not feel at ease leaving just like that. He had to find out the whereabouts of Cloud Dragon Valley Master, Xian Yanqing, Xiang, Tian Xueqi, and the others. If he left now, he would leave behind a demon in his heart, which would have a great impact on his future cultivation. Given Lu Ming's cultivation base, as long as he did not encounter an absolute saint, he should not be able to see through his disguise. He just had to avoid an absolute saint. Lu Ming rose into the air and flew at top speed. Along the way, he did not encounter anyone from Evil Spirit Cult or the DI family. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the place where the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had stopped. It was a desolate place. The ground was filled with deep sword marks that crisscrossed and extended for thousands of miles. It could be seen how intense the battle was. Lu Ming even saw traces of blood at one spot. How is it, Master? Lu Ming's worry grew and he left the place. Not long after, he arrived near the Zhouxiao sword sect. The Zhouxiao sword sect was very peaceful. There were people going in and out. It looked peaceful, but Lu Ming saw a few figures in golden robes. They were obviously disciples of the DI family. It seemed like Zhouxiao sword sect was already under evil spirits' control. Lu Ming left the place and headed south. And NBSP along the way, he passed by a few powerful sects and observed them in secret. He found that these sects were all controlled by evil spirit. It was obvious that many people had restrictions placed on them and had to listen to evil spirit's orders. It was obvious that evil spirit had already taken full control of all the major forces in the Azure Continent. A few days later, Lu Ming arrived at the vicinity of Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming did not enter the Dragon God Valley. Instead, he waited outside. What? Not long after, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He saw a familiar face, the sect master of the Sky Demon sect. It seems that the evil spirit cult has also taken down Dragon God Valley. How are Xiang and the others? Lu Ming was extremely worried. He restrained his aura and watched from afar. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect looked gloomy as he flew toward the north and disappeared. Lu Ming continued to wait. The next day, he saw a group of people flying out of Dragon God Valley. Senior brother Zi Feng. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw Zi Feng. The group of people flew into the distance with Lu Ming following them from a distance. Senior brother Zi Feng. After they were a distance away from Dragon God Valley, Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Zi Feng. After hearing Lu Ming's voice, Zi Feng's body trembled but he quickly regained his composure. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I need to go back to Dragon God Valley. You guys go ahead, Zi Feng and the others said. The others nodded and continued to fly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Zi Feng started to look around. Senior brother Zi Feng. I'm in a valley to your left. Lu Ming's voice rang in Zi Feng's ears. Zi Feng's figure moved and he flew to the left. He flew into a valley and saw Lu Ming. Junior brother Lu Ming. I heard that you've escaped. Many sect masters from Evil Spirit Sect and Sky Demon Sect are looking for you. Why did you come back? It's very dangerous, Zi Feng said worriedly. Senior brother Zi Feng. Has the evil spirit cult already occupied Dragon God Valley? Lu Ming asked. Not bad. Zi Feng sighed. More than 10 days ago, a large number of evil spirit cultivators descended upon Dragon God Valley. Most of the disciples in Dragon God Valley were captured. The other party has set up a restriction on our spirit god. As expected. Senior brother Zi Feng. Do you know how Tian Xueqi and my disciple Lu Xiang are doing? Lu Ming's heart tightened. Junior brother doesn't need to worry about this. At that time, the Valley Master saw the opportunity early and took Xiang Bela, Tian Chue, and Xueqi a step ahead of time to rush out of Dragon God Valley. I don't know where they are now, but I heard that evil spirit has been looking for him, so he should be fine. It's a pity that most of the others were captured when they escaped. Zifeng laughed bitterly. He escaped. Lu Ming felt relieved. Ice Dragon Valley's Valley Master also knew about Xiang Beila's talent. He must have brought Xiang Beila, Tian Chue, and Xueqi to escape the moment he realized that something was wrong. A sect master like Ice Dragon Valley Master naturally knew how to make a decision. At the critical moment, he would naturally take away the most talented person. Only then would there be hope. Senior brother Zifeng, do you know how my master, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, is doing? Lu Ming asked again. Zifeng nodded and said, I've heard some news in secret. When you went to annihilate evil spirit, you were ambushed by the Di family. Most of your people were captured and controlled by evil spirit. Only a few were killed. I heard that your master was seriously injured and was finally placed under a restriction by evil spirit. Master is fine. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It was good that his master was fine. He was just being controlled by the other party. Lu Ming would save him sooner or later. Senior brother, what else have you heard? For example, how many people have escaped? Lu Ming asked. I'm not sure either. It seems that many people have been caught, such as the sect master of the Heaven Seat King and the Lord of the Demon Castle. However, our Ice Dragon Patriarch seems to have escaped as well. The sect master of the Life and Death Sword sect has also escaped. Zifeng muttered. Has the Ice Dragon Patriarch also escaped? Lu Ming felt relieved again. The escape of the Ice Dragon Patriarch meant that Xianyanqing had also escaped. Fortunately, things didn't develop in the worst direction. Xiang Beila and the others were taken away by Ice Dragon Valley Master, and Xianyanqing was taken away by Ice Dragon Patriarch. His master, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, had only been injured. He had fallen into the hands of the other party and had been controlled. Lu Ming was more or less at ease. Senior brother Zifeng, come with me. Lu Ming said. Junior brother, you should leave. I can't leave. The other party has placed a restriction on my spirit god. Every once in a while, I have to report. If I don't report within a certain period of time, the other party will activate the restriction and destroy my soul. Zifeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. Detestable. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. This is how evil spirit uses to control people. Junior brother, leave quickly and leave the Azure continent. With your talent, you will have the chance to become an emperor in the future. I'll place my hopes on you and wait for you to come back to save me. Zifeng said with a slight smile. Senior brother Zifeng, take care. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Haha, don't worry. I'll definitely live well before junior brother returns. When junior brother returns, I'll drink to my heart's content with junior brother. Junior brother, let's go quickly. If we delay any longer, things might change. Zifeng said. Don't worry. Senior brother. Lu Ming will definitely come back to save you and flatten evil spirit. Lu Ming nodded solemnly. Then his figure flashed and he left the valley. Heading to ancient Moon Holy Land after parting ways with Zifeng, Lu Ming changed his appearance again and headed west. Now he planned to go from the west, pass through the Cloud Plain, enter the Cloud Sea Mountain Range, and head to the ancient Moon Holy Land. A few days later, Lu Ming arrived at the western part of the Azure region and entered the Cloud region. After some time, Lu Ming arrived near the Cloud Emperor Mountain. The Cloud Emperor Mountain has collapsed. Lu Ming muttered with a complicated look in his eyes. In the distance, the majestic Cloud Emperor Mountain collapsed. It was as if it had been struck by a boundless power. Here, an Emperor-level battle occurred. Emperor Yun was killed and the Cloud Emperor Mountain collapsed. Lu Ming sighed. An Emperor-level force had been destroyed just like that. Even a martial emperor had been killed. The Yuan continent was too big and there were countless forces. This kind of thing probably happened everywhere. Even if one cultivated to the rank of a martial supreme, it was not guaranteed that one would be safe. There would always be someone stronger than one. Unless one had the combat strength to dominate the world, one might fall at any time. Lu Ming did not stay any longer. He took a few glances and left the place, heading west, What? Soon after, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. There was a group of people flying in front of them. There were about a dozen of them, and they were all wearing golden robes. They were filled with a noble aura, like emperors among people. Lu Ming was very familiar with one of the young men, Emperor Xian. Back then, Di Xian had brought people into the divine wilderness to help Di. He wanted to kill Lu Ming, but in the end, most of his subordinates were killed by Lu Ming and he had to retreat in embarrassment. He didn't expect to meet Di Xian here. After so many years, Di Xian's cultivation had already broken through the martial royal realm and was now at LV5 martial royal realm. Among the dozen of people, there were 2 at the Saint realm and the rest were high-level martial royal realm. Since we've met him, we should get rid of him and get rid of any future trouble. Otherwise, who knows when this guy will run to the divine wilderness continent to seek revenge. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming took a step forward and walked towards the dozen D family members. Who is it? A Saint stage powerhouse looked at Lu Ming with a sharp gaze. The person who will kill you. A combat sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he slashed. A terrifying sword light flashed and the Saint was killed in one strike without any chance to fight back. Not good. Quickly call for help. Someone exclaimed. Kill. Lu Ming's combat sword swept across the sky. Given these people's combat strength, they could not stop Lu Ming at all. They were too far behind. With a slash of the sword, almost all of them were killed. Only one person was still alive, and that was Di Xian. At this moment, Di Xian was completely stunned. He stood in the air, his body trembling uncontrollably. He broke out in a cold sweat and looked at Lu Ming in horror. Brother, let's talk this out. Please spare my life. You are from the Cloud Emperor Mountain, right? Please leave. I will never tell anyone about this. I'm not from the Cloud Emperor Mountain. Lu Ming said. Not from the Cloud Emperor Mountain? Di Xian was stunned for a moment. He thought that it was the missing fish from the Cloud Emperor Mountain who had come back for revenge. It turned out that he was not from the Cloud Emperor Mountain. You're so fast. Don't you remember me? Lu Ming sneered and his appearance returned to normal. It's you? Di Xian's pupils constricted as he recognized Lu Ming. He had not expected that before he could go to the divine wilderness continent to look for Lu Ming had already arrived. Furthermore, his combat strength was so terrifying that even a saint could not take a single blow from him. His original plan was to seek revenge on Lu Ming in the divine wilderness after he had broken through to the martial royal realm. However, many things had happened in the Di family and he had many things to do. At this point in time, he did not go to the divine wilderness. He stayed in the Di family to make a name for himself. When the situation had stabilized, he would go to the divine wilderness to exterminate Lu Ming. He did not expect to meet Lu Ming here. He turned around and ran. However, Lu Ming slashed with his sword. Di Xian was dead. After killing Di Xian, Lu Ming felt more relaxed. He could now go to Ancient Moon Sanctuary in peace. After changing his appearance, Lu Ming left the place at top speed and headed west. Not long after Lu Ming left, the murder of Di Xian and the others was discovered. The Di family sent out a large number of experts to search for the murderer, but unfortunately, they could not find the murderer in the end. Lu Ming headed all the way to the west. He passed through the Clouds Plains and entered a vast mountain range. This was the Cloud Sea Mountain Range. The Cloud Ocean Mountain Range was filled with ancient trees and countless dangerous peaks. There were countless beasts living there, even quite a few absolute saint beasts. Lu Ming was careful. He slowed down and walked through the mountain range of the Sea of Clouds. He cultivated as he hurried along. After walking for 2 whole months, Lu Ming finally passed through the boundless sea of clouds and mountains and entered a place where humans gathered Feng Province. Feng Province also had an emperor-level powerhouse guarding it, and he was called Emperor Feng. After arriving at Feng Province, he finally did not have to travel carefully. Lu Ming took out the space-breaking flying shuttle that was 5 times faster, entered it, and flew away. Lu Ming's goal was to rush to the Ancient Moon Sanctuary and see if he could ask the powerful forces of the Ancient Moon Sanctuary to take action and annihilate evil spirit cult. Ordinary Emperor-level forces were useless. For example, the Cloud Emperor Mountain had been destroyed. After Lu Ming entered the space-breaking flying shuttle, he continued to cultivate. During the 2 months in the Cloud Sea Mountain Range, Lu Ming's main focus was to cultivate the chaotic finger of tribulation. After such a long period of cultivation, Lu Ming had finally successfully comprehended the chaotic finger of tribulation. Of course, it was only 10%, but its power was still terrifying. The primal chaos tribulation finger was a supernormal technique that used the primal chaos laws as the foundation. Even if it was only a tenth of its power, it would still far surpass ordinary supernormal techniques. The finger of chaos tribulation had become Lu Ming's strongest killing move. Lu Ming's cultivation was also steadily improving, slowly approaching the mastery of the Bright Saint stage. Lu Ming cultivated in peace in the space-breaking flying shuttle. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Lu Ming had already crossed 6 big states and passed by 6 Emperor-level forces. However, he was still very far from Ancient Moon Sanctuary. There are so many Emperor-level forces scattered all over this land. Then, with Ancient Moon Holy Land as the center, how many Emperor-level forces are there in the territory that stretches out? Each of these Emperor-ranked powers has at least one Emperor-ranked powerhouse in charge. How many Emperor-ranked powerhouses are there? Also, there are 9 sacred lands in Mount Yuan. How many Emperor-level powers are there? Not to mention that there are 10 lands in the Yuan continent. How many experts and Emperor-level experts are there? I'm afraid it's hard to count. Then why did I hear that evil spirit had harmed the Yuan continent and was annihilated by countless forces? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. He was very curious. It was said that evil spirit had a leader, 2 vice leaders, and 36 guardian kings, all of whom were Emperor-level experts. Such a force was indeed terrifying and incomparably terrifying. However, in the vast Yuan continent, it should not be considered much, right? In the vast Yuan continent, with so many monarch-level forces and so many monarch-level experts working together, they could easily destroy evil spirit cult, right? Perhaps because the Azure region is remote, most people don't have enough knowledge and think that evil spirit is the most terrifying power in the Yuan continent. Lu Ming pondered. Blood Jade Palace after all, in the vast Yuan continent, the Grey region was only a small corner. It was located in the mountains of the distant sea, along with the Cloud region and the Emperor region. Most of the people in the Azure continent had no idea how big the world was or how many powerful forces were outside of the Azure continent. In their eyes, Emperor Tsong was the most powerful existence in the world. As for evil spirit, they had dozens of Emperor-level experts. Naturally, they thought that evil spirit was the most terrifying power in the Yuan continent. This was normal. Before Lu Ming went to the 100-clan battlefield, he did not expect that there would be so many Emperor-level forces in the Yuan continent. I can't go on like this. I don't know how long I have to fly. I have to find a teleportation array. Otherwise it will be too slow. Lu Ming pondered. However, in the Yuan continent, only Emperor-level forces could build a teleportation formation. Go down and find out which Emperor-ranked force this is. Lu Ming had a plan. He put away the space-breaking shuttle, stepped on the air, and landed in a big city. This is the Blood Jade State, ruled by the Blood Jade Palace. Isn't Su Ran a disciple of the Blood Jade Palace? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In the 100-clan battlefield, Lu Ming and Su Ran got to know each other through a fight. In the end, they had a feeling of appreciation for each other and their relationship was not bad. Later on, Su Ran was captured by the natives of the 100-clan battlefield. Lu Ming was also the one who saved him. When they parted, Su Ran had also invited Lu Ming to visit him at Blood Jade Palace when he was free. Since this was Blood Jade Palace's territory, he could find Su Ran and use the Blood Jade Palace's teleportation array to head to the Ancient Moon Sanctuary. Immediately, Lu Ming asked for the direction to the Blood Jade Palace and flew there. Half a day later, Lu Ming arrived outside the Blood Jade Palace and sent a message to Su Ran. Not long after, he saw Su Ran flying out of Blood Jade Palace. Haha, Lu Ming. I didn't expect you to really come and look for me. Su Ran laughed and was quite surprised. Su Ran, you've broken through to the Saint Realm. Congratulations. Lu Ming sized Su Ran up and smiled. What's there to congratulate you for? You've probably broken through to the Saint Realm long ago, right? Su Ran sized Lu Ming up and realized that he could not see through Lu Ming's cultivation. I've also just broken through to the Sage Realm. Lu Ming smiled. I knew it. You must have broken through to the Saint Plane. Oh right, weren't you in the Azure continent? Why did he suddenly come to Blood Jade Palace? It can't be that you're here just to see me, right? Su Ran laughed. It's a long story. Lu Ming sighed. Evil spirit has been revived. The remnants of evil spirit have already occupied the Azure continent, the Emperor continent, and the Cloud continent. I had no choice but to run away. What? Evil spirit? Su-ran's face changed. Su-ran, how much do you know about evil spirit? Lu Ming asked. Su-ran came from an emperor-level force. He might know more about evil spirit than Lu Ming. I'm not particularly sure either. I only know that evil spirit religion appeared 80,000 years ago. They had a leader, 2 vice leaders, and 36 guardian kings. They were all emperor-level figures and were extremely powerful. They specialized in killing emperor-level powerhouses and geniuses with the potential to become emperors. In the ancient Moon Holy Land, many forces changed their expressions when they talked about it. The most important thing is that evil spirit is good at controlling people, so their strength is stronger than what they seem on the surface. Back then, many powerful forces of ancient Moon Holy Land joined forces to annihilate evil spirit. I didn't expect evil spirit to actually revive and come out to do evil again. Su-ran frowned and said, "And NBSP, I'm here to go to ancient Moon Holy Land and ask them to help us exterminate evil spirit." Lu Ming said, "Oh, that's good. I'm going to ancient Moon Sanctuary soon too. We can go together." But Lu Ming, don't have too much hope in asking for help from the ancient Moon Sanctuary's major forces. Su-ran said, "Why? And NBSP, since evil spirit was so dangerous, how could those powerful factions from ancient Moon Holy Land ignore it? Ancient Moon Holy Land is divided by many powerful forces. Although there are many powerful forces, the competition between them is extremely fierce. They probably have no time to care about other things and might not send many emperor-level figures to help you. Back then, it was evil spirit cult that angered those powerful forces of ancient Moon Holy Land, which was why they were besieged by those forces." Su-ran said, "I see." Lu Ming furrowed his brows tightly. He understood that all forces prioritized their own interests. As long as their interests were not harmed, they would not care much. However, no matter how difficult it was, he had to try. If he could invite the help of a powerful force from ancient Moon Holy Land, he would be able to save Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others earlier. Lu Ming, don't be discouraged. I'll report this to the higher-ups. I can't decide what to do with them." Su-ran said. "Many thanks." Lu Ming cupped his fists. "It's a small matter. Lu Ming, let's go and stay in Blood Jade Palace for a few days. After 2 days, I'll go to Ancient Moon Sanctuary with you." Su-ran said. Lu Ming nodded and entered the Blood Jade Palace with Su-ran. Su-ran's status in Blood Jade Palace was very high. After arranging a courtyard for Lu Ming, he went to report the matter of evil spirit. 2 days later, Su-ran came to Lu Ming to inform him that the evil spirit incident had been reported and that the Blood Jade Palace's martial emperor already knew about it. However, he did not know what the martial emperor would do. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, only a martial emperor could interfere in this matter. They could not interfere in the martial emperor's decision. "Lu Ming, let's go. We'll go to Ancient Moon Sanctuary. I heard that the Jade Lake Saintess from a major force in Ancient Moon Sanctuary has appeared and is interested in choosing a guardian. The geniuses of all the major forces around Ancient Moon Sanctuary have already set out. During this time, Ancient Moon Sanctuary will probably be very lively." Su-ran said with an expression of anticipation. "The Jade Lake Saint?" Lu Ming was puzzled. He knew nothing about Ancient Moon Holy Land. Yes, the Jade Lake is a very special force. It is full of women, all of whom are beautiful, especially the saintesses, who are as beautiful as fairies. Every 20 years, the Jade Lake will produce a batch of saintesses. This time, there are 9 saintesses in total. It's said that each of them is as beautiful as a fairy, like a goddess who has descended to the mortal world. Furthermore, they are extremely talented and have profound cultivation. If they can become Tao protectors, wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? Su-ran's eyes were already shining as he spoke. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He was not in the mood to look at beautiful women now. Immediately, Lu Ming and Su-ran walked towards the teleportation array of Blood Jade Palace. They stepped onto the teleportation formation and left Blood Jade Palace. Not long after, they appeared in an ancient city. This place was not Guyu Holy Land, but an ancient city outside Guyu Holy Land. The various emperor-ranked powers could not directly teleport to Ancient Moon Holy Land. They could only teleport to the ancient city outside Ancient Moon Holy Land, and then set out from the ancient city to ancient Moon Holy Land. Lu Ming and Su Ran did not stay in the ancient city. They flew directly to the ancient Moon Sanctuary. Not long after, a vast mountain appeared in front of them. The peaks rose into the sky like sharp swords. From afar, it was boundless and magnificent. Chapter 1741 First visit to the Holy Land. On the peak of the highest mountain, there was a huge stone tablet. It was hundreds of thousands of feet tall, and there were strange symbols flowing on the stone tablet. It emitted a light curtain that divided the heaven and earth into two halves, separating them. That's the boundary stone. Ancient Moon Holy Land is a holy land for cultivation. The original Qi is rich, and the earth is beautiful. It's said that in the distant past, the powerful forces of ancient Moon Holy Land joined forces and created 108 boundary stones. They were erected around ancient Moon Holy Land, isolating it from the outside world to prevent the original Qi from leaking and affecting ancient Moon Holy Land. Su Ran seemed to know the ancient Moon Holy Land very well. Seeing that Lu Ming had some doubts, he explained. The boundary stone can only isolate the natural Qi of heaven and earth. It doesn't stop living beings from entering and leaving. Let's go in. Su Ran continued. The two of them stepped into the air. When they passed through the light screen, there was no obstacle at all. The light screen rippled like water, and the two of them passed through it. What a dense origin Qi! As soon as he passed through the light screen, Lu Ming could feel that the origin Qi inside the light screen was several times denser than that outside. Moreover, it seemed to be clearer to comprehend the heaven and earth laws here. It's indeed a holy land for cultivation. The cultivation environment is much better than the outside world. It's two completely different worlds separated by a light screen. Lu Ming was shocked. Ancient Moon Holy Land, its territory is very vast, bigger than many big states. However, those who can establish a sect in Ancient Moon Holy Land and take root in Ancient Moon Holy Land are all extremely powerful and terrifying forces. Without strength, it is impossible to obtain a place in such a holy land. For example, those emperor-ranked forces outside the Holy Land do not have the qualifications to establish a sect in Ancient Moon Holy Land. Because their strength is not enough, they will be expelled by the powerful forces of Ancient Moon Holy Land. Su Ran said. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Even emperor-level forces could not establish a sect in Ancient Moon Sanctuary. How strong was Ancient Moon Sanctuary? Su Ran had been to Ancient Moon Holy Land before and was familiar with it. He led the way, and the two of them chatted as they walked. Not long after, a vast building complex appeared in front of the two. Although it was far away, Lu Ming could still see that there were people coming and going among the buildings. It was very lively. This is one of the buildings in Ancient Moon Holy Land. There are many powerful forces in Ancient Moon Holy Land with many disciples. There are also many cultivators from outside of Ancient Moon Holy Land. These people will gather here to buy treasures and so on. It is very lively, Su Ran said. Lu Ming nodded. This building complex was like a city, except that there were no city walls. The two of them flew forward and landed on the ground. They found that the streets were crisscrossed and the shops formed a forest. The two of them strolled along the streets. So many experts. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room and he was secretly shocked. He realized that the people walking on the streets were all experts. Their auras were thick, their qi and blood were like fire, and they were filled with saint might. Many of them were actually experts of the saint realm. Even if the others were not saints, they were at least half saints, and the lowest was a high-level martial royal realm. Saints were considered experts in the Azure region, but here, they could be seen everywhere. It's indeed Gu Yu Holy Land, one of the 9 holy lands of Yuan Mountain. There are too many experts. Lu Ming sighed. There were many powerful sects in the Ancient Moon Holy Land. Within these sects, there were probably as many saints as there were hairs on an ox. After all, there were 13 top sects in the Azure continent and many small and medium-sized forces. Adding them all up, there were quite a few saints. However, even if the entire Azure continent was added together, it wouldn't even be comparable to an emperor-ranked power. However, in Gu Yu Holy Land, any force was much stronger than emperor-level forces. One could imagine how many saints there were. In addition, there were many experts from emperor-ranked powers who came to Ancient Moon Holy Land, so it was not surprising that there were many experts here. Lu Ming realized that even the waiter who was standing in front of the shop and shouting was a half-saint, which made him speechless. So many saint weapons. He strolled through a few shops and realized that the items on display were all holy weapons. There were even great holy weapons and absolute holy weapons. There were also many other precious treasures that dazzled Lu Ming. Lu Ming went to a shop and asked if there were any absolute Saint True Dragon Bones or absolute Saint True Dragon Blood Essence. He did not expect that there was one, but the price was ridiculously high. Lu Ming had once used the reincarnation halberd to kill 2 absolute saints in the Tianyu demonic sect and obtained their storage rings. He was considered rather rich. However, he realized that he could not afford an absolute saint's true dragon bone and blood essence. It was simply too expensive. True dragons were the top existences even among thousands of divine beasts. They were very rare, especially the absolute saints, which was why they were so expensive. Lu Ming was speechless. He had thought that he was already quite rich, but when he came to Ancient Moon Sanctuary, he realized that he had become a pauper. In the end, Lu Ming bought some spiritual liquid to water the path understanding ancient tree. Then, he and Su Ran found an inn to stay in. He would first settle down here, and then find an opportunity to come into contact with the powerful forces of the ancient Moon Holy Land. Lu Ming thought of Huang Ling and Yi Dongfeng. They were in ancient Moon Holy Land, but it was very big. He had just arrived and did not know where their sects were. The distance was too far, and it was difficult to transmit his voice. Lu Ming, the Jade Lake Saint, will appear in 7 days to look for guardians. By then, there will be a gathering of geniuses. Maybe we can meet Yi Dongfeng and the others. This was Su Ran's suggestion. Lu Ming nodded. That was indeed the case. Even if he did not meet Huang Ling and the rest, things would be much easier if he met his acquaintances from the 100 Clan battlefield. Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram after he entered the room in the inn. There was a flash of light and the bubble rushed into Lu Ming's arms. Brother Lu Ming, Bubbles is so bored here. Chirpy. Bubbles pouted. Be good, Paoba. I'll take you out for a walk in a few days. Lu Ming touched Bubbles' small head. All right, Chirpy. Bubbles jumped up happily and skipped to the side to cultivate. Lu Ming went to the path understanding ancient tree and sat down cross-legged. Then, a saint weapon appeared in his hand. It was a great saint weapon. He planned to cultivate the 10,000 soldier scroll. During this period of time, Lu Ming had been so focused on comprehending the chaos finger of tribulation that he had neglected to cultivate the 10,000 soldier scroll. In the Azure continent, he had obtained the storage rings of a few absolute saints. There were many great saint weapons in them, which he could seal into his Bodhis acupoints. Lu Ming did not plan to seal ordinary bright saint weapons into his body for the time being. After all, there was a limit to how much they could improve. If he wanted to seal them, he would seal great saint weapons. Lu Ming's body glowed as he began to seal the great holy weapon. A great saint weapon was powerful, but it also placed a heavy burden on one's body. However, Lu Ming's current spiritual body was a medium-grade heaven spiritual body, but its strength was equivalent to a high-grade earth spiritual body. His cultivation had also reached the sage realm. It would not be a problem for him to continue sealing great sage weapons. The sacred land's powerful forces buzz. One of Lu Ming's acupuncture points glowed. It was extremely bright, like a small sun. Then, the great saint weapon flew into the acupoint. Instantly, more than 100 spots of light lit up on Lu Ming's body, and a saint weapon could be vaguely seen floating in each spot. The chi of more than 100 holy weapons and combat weapons linked together, forming a powerful pressure. Lu Ming felt his acupuncture point swell. If his body was not strong enough, it would have exploded. Fortunately, Lu Ming's physical body was strong enough and he managed to withstand it. Slowly, the great saint weapon was sealed in the acupoint, connecting with the other saint weapons. 2 great saint weapons, but it's still not enough. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He had already sealed 1 great saint weapon before this, and with this one, he had a total of 2. However, Lu Ming felt that he had not reached his limit and could continue to seal. Then, Lu Ming took out a great holy weapon and started to seal it. Cultivation knew no time, and 7 days passed in a flash. Lu Ming had sealed a total of 4 great holy weapons before he felt that his physical body had reached its limit. And NBSP, he then focused on cultivating the primal chaos tribulation finger. The cultivation of divine power techniques could complement the laws. The improvement of the divine power technique would also improve the comprehension of the laws. Naturally, Lu Ming would not slack off. After spending a month in the space-breaking flying shuttle and a few days of cultivation, his mastery of the primal chaos tribulation finger had increased. It had already reached 15%. One shouldn't underestimate this 5%. If a complete set of nomological laws was divided into 100 parts, it would be equivalent to an increase of 5 parts, and its power would also increase by a large margin. For a sacred art, the power would also increase with every slight increase in the heat. At this moment, the Jade Pool meeting began. The two of them headed in the direction of the Jade Lake. Not only them, but many people in the buildings were also heading in that direction. Many of them were young Heaven's Pride talents, which showed how attractive the Jade Lake Saint was. Not long after, they arrived at a large lake. The lake water was clear, like a mirror embedded in the ground. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, they realized that there were already many people there. They were walking on the lake. They're all top-tier Heaven's favorites. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the crowd and noticed that each of the geniuses had a strong aura. Their chi and blood were like fire and their spirit bodies were extremely powerful. Many of them were actually heavenly spiritual bodies, and their cultivation had basically reached the saint realm. There are so many Heaven's favorites. Is the charm of the Jade Lake Saint so strong that she can attract so many Heaven's favorites? Lu Ming was very surprised. There were cultivators and martial arts powerhouses who liked beautiful women, but most people still focused on martial arts and were obsessed with cultivation. After all, the higher the cultivation, the longer the lifespan. Reaching the emperor level, one would have an almost endless lifespan, which was what many people pursued. But now the birth of the Jade Lake Saint had attracted so many Heaven's favorites, which was strange. These are all Heaven's favorites from the emperor-level forces outside of the ancient Moon Holy Land. These people are not here just for beauty. The Jade Lake Saint is so beautiful that countless Heaven's favorites are attracted by her beauty, but most of them are here for the Jade Lake's resources. Each of the Jade Lake Saintesses is devastatingly beautiful. Since ancient times, many powerful Heaven's favorites have become her guardians. Many of these Heaven's favorites have great achievements in the future. Some of them even became emperors. They left many cultivation experiences and ancient scriptures in the Jade Lake. There are thousands of laws in the world, but the Jade Pool is said to contain the cultivation experience and divine power techniques of 50% of the laws in the world. Many of these supreme talents came for the cultivation experience and ancient scriptures. Su Ran explained and Lu Ming came to a realization. The cultivation experience of a magical power technique that contains 50% of the world's laws? Lu Ming was secretly shocked. If that was true, then it was too terrifying. In that case, did the Jade Pool have the superpower technique or cultivation experience of the 10 ultimate laws? There are so many people here today. Let's go. A cold voice sounded. A young man in a golden robe with a noble temperament stepped on the air and stood above everyone. Ancient Moon Sanctuary's Wan family's Heaven's favorite, Wan Tianlong. Someone exclaimed in a low voice as he recognized the young man. The Wan family. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Back then, in the 100-clan battlefield, he had killed Wan Tiancheng, a prodigy of the Wan family. He had also obtained the Wan family's unique secret skill, the 10,000 Soldiers Scroll. Wan Tianlong's eyes were cold and arrogant. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the other Heaven's favorites with disdain. Humph. Isn't he just from a Holy Land faction? What's there to be proud of? A red-haired young man near Lu Ming's group mumbled unhappily. He looked at Wan Tianlong with eyes full of fighting spirit. Many of the Heaven's Pride experts that came here came from Emperor-ranked powers, and the majority of them were the strongest Heaven's Pride experts of Emperor-ranked powers. After all, even in the Monarch-level forces, the heavenly spiritual body was extremely rare. For example, there was no one with the heavenly spiritual body in the Cloud Emperor Mountain. These geniuses were usually high and mighty, dominating a region. Naturally, they were proud. Now that Wan Tianlong was standing above them and looking down on them with cold arrogance, many people were naturally displeased. Whoosh! At this moment, a brilliant sword light shot over. The sword light faded and a young man in a gray robe appeared. He carried a combat sword on his back. His entire person was sharp, like a divine sword. It's a powerful force from ancient Moon Holy Land, the Heaven's favorite of the Wilderness Sword Sect. There were also people who recognized this person's identity. The powerful forces of the ancient Moon Holy Land began to send their Heaven's favorites. Then, a bolt of lightning flashed and a young man in a long robe made of lightning appeared. Some people recognized him as the genius of the Thunder God sect. Yi Dongfang is from the Thunder God sect. It's a pity that he didn't come. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Ga! Ga! At this time, 2 long cries were heard. 2 golden rays of light shot over at an extremely fast speed. The next moment, the golden light disappeared and 2 huge 3-legged golden crows appeared in the sky. The chosen of the Golden Crow clan. Many people's expressions changed and became very serious. The Golden Crow clan, without a doubt, was a terrifying force. Even among the many powerful forces in ancient Moon Holy Land, they were at the top, extremely powerful and terrifying. The Golden Crow race was filled with experts, and every generation would produce many heaven's favorites. The 2 3-legged golden crows scanned the surroundings and turned into 2 golden-robed young men. The 10th Golden Crow Prince. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. One of them was the 10th Golden Crow Prince. Judging by his aura, he had clearly broken through to the sage realm. He seemed to be more than an initial bright sage. The other person's aura was even more terrifying than the 10th Golden Crow Prince's. From the discussions of the people around him, that person was the 9th Prince of the Golden Crow. Lu Ming! The 10th Golden Crow Prince's eyes were like lightning as he scanned his surroundings. Finally, his gaze landed on Lu Ming, and a cold killing intent flashed through his eyes. Lu Ming was fearless as he looked at the 10th Golden Crow Prince. The Jade Lake Saint 10th brother. What's wrong? The 9th Prince of the Golden Crow also looked at Lu Ming. It's nothing. I just met an ant. I'll find an opportunity to solve it myself. The Golden Crow 10th Prince said. The Golden Crow 9th Crown Prince nodded and didn't say much. Suran, it's you. Hee hee. I didn't expect a waste like you would come to the Jade Lake. Suddenly, a contemptuous voice rang out behind Lu Ming and the group. Lu Ming and Su Ran turned around and saw a young man in a purple robe. He had his hands behind his back and was looking at Su Ran with contempt. Tuoba Fei, you're here too. Su Ran's face darkened. Of course I'm here. I'm destined to be the guardian of the Jade Lake. But you, a piece of trash who doesn't even have a heavenly spirit body, also came to the Jade Lake. It's really like a lazy toad that wants to eat swan meat. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Tuoba Fei sneered and his contempt grew. Su Ran's face turned red. He wanted to refute, but his talent was far inferior to the other parties, so he couldn't. Su Ran, what's going on? Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Su Ran. This person is a heaven's favorite from an emperor-ranked force. He's close to Blood Jade Palace, and the 2 forces often have conflicts. Su Ran gave a simple explanation. Lu Ming immediately understood. It was obvious that Blood Jade Palace and Tuoba Fei's forces had a grudge against each other. Now that they had met, Tuoba Fei would naturally actively attack Su Ran. What's wrong? A piece of trash who doesn't even have a heaven spiritual body should obediently stay in Blood Jade Palace. Coming to Ancient Moon Sanctuary is only a disgrace. Tuoba Fei continued to sneer. Su Ran clenched his fists and the veins on his face twitched. He wanted to fight with his opponent to wash away his shame, but he knew very well that he was no match for his opponent. Where did this mad dog come from, barking here and there? It's so annoying. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke calmly. Su Ran was slightly stunned. Tuoba Fei's face darkened. He squinted and looked at Lu Ming. Brat, who are you calling a mad dog? Who should say who? Lu Ming smiled. Tuoba Fei's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Kid, do you know that you have to pay a price for saying some words? Some prices are not something you can bear. The rabid dog is going to bite. Lu Ming said indifferently. Brat, you're looking for death. Tuoba Fei's gaze turned even colder. He took a step forward and his powerful aura pressed toward Lu Ming. Great mastery of Bright Saint. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Tuoba Fei had reached the upper tier of the Bright Saint stage and had a heavenly spiritual body. No wonder he was so arrogant and looked down on Su Ran. If he was in the Azure continent, he would be able to easily crush the Divine Sun. The Jade Lake has appeared. Suddenly, a cry of surprise reverberated through the entire area. Buzz! Ripples appeared in the sky, and then, a vast palace appeared out of thin air. The palaces were endless, as if they were in the void. Apart from the palace in front that could be seen clearly, the palaces behind were blurry and could not be seen clearly at all. It was as if they were immortal palaces. The Jade Lake had another name, which was the Jade Lake Divine Palace. The appearance of the Jade Lake Divine Palace attracted everyone's attention, including Tuoba Fei. "Brat, I'll let you off for now," Tuoba Fei said coldly as he looked at the Jade Lake Divine Palace. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not take it to heart. At this moment, the gate of the Jade Lake Divine Palace opened, and a woman in palace clothes walked out. The woman looked to be in her 40s, but she still retained her charm and lithe figure. She must have been a devastatingly beautiful woman when she was young. "The Jade Lake Saint is coming out today. Thank you for your support." The voice of the woman in the court dress spread through the entire place. "I'm sure all of you know that the Holy Virgin of the Jade Lake is interested in choosing a guardian. Well, support each other and walk on the great path together. Of course, it's up to your fate whether you can become a guardian or not." The woman continued. The paragons did not make a sound. They just waited quietly. He was waiting for the Jade Lake Saint to appear. There are 9 Jade Lake Saintesses in this generation. I'll ask them to come out now. The woman in the court dress waved her hand, and another wave appeared in the sky. Then, many pavilions appeared out of thin air, floating in the air. In each pavilion, there was a jade table. On the jade table, there were dishes and wine. And at each of the jade tables, there was a peerless beauty. There were 9 pavilions, 9 jade tables, and 9 beautiful women. Each of them was devastatingly beautiful, like fairies descending to the mortal world. Each of them had their own charm, and their temperaments were completely different. "It's so beautiful." Not far away, Tuoba Fei's eyes were wide open, burning with passion. It wasn't just him. Many people were the same. The Jade Lake Saintess was indeed too beautiful. Each of them was a rare beauty in the world. What was even rarer was that each of the Jade Lake Saintesses had a rare talent in martial arts and a profound cultivation. However, what surprised Lu Ming was not their beauty. Although they were beautiful, Xian Yanqing was definitely better than them. What surprised Lu Ming was their talent. All of them had heavenly spiritual bodies. Lu Ming was shocked. Some monarch-level forces didn't even have a heavenly spiritual body, but 9 of them had come from the Jade Lake Immortal Palace, and each of them was a rare beauty. So this is one of the powerful forces in the Guyu Holy Land? It's truly shocking. Lu Ming muttered. 9 pavilions, 9 saintesses. Today, whoever can get on one of the pavilions will be able to drink wine and discuss martial arts with the Jade Lake Saintess. The woman's voice rang out again, causing many people's eyes to glow with a burning light. There were only 9 pavilions and 9 beauties. However, there were so many heaven's favorites here. To be able to enter a pavilion was not only to be able to drink with a beauty, it was also an honor. Who is willing to come up and drink with this little sister? In the first pavilion, a crisp voice rang out. The woman by the jade table stood up and waved her hand. A jade ladder extended down from the pavilion and landed on the lake. "Haha, then let me go first." "Ha ha ha." A loud laugh rang out as Wan Tianlong, the pride of the Wan family, stepped out and landed on the jade stairs. Then, he walked up the jade stairs. Many people's eyes fell on Wan Tianlong, including the 2 crown princes of the Golden Crow race, the prodigies of the Thunder God sect, the Great Baron Sword sect, and other powerful forces of the ancient Moon Holy Land. However, these heaven's favorites didn't move. There were 9 pavilions, so they were not in a hurry. "Humph, I've also taken a fancy to this pavilion. Please leave." A deep voice rang out. Near Lu Ming and the others, a young man with fiery red hair took a step forward and landed on the jade steps as well. His body was covered in terrifying flames. "Get lost." Wan Tianlong's eyes gleamed coldly. A light spot appeared in his palm, and a great saint weapon appeared. He swung it at the red-haired youth. Heaven-burning flames. The red-haired young man let out a loud roar as he unleashed all of his cultivation. He struck out with his palms continuously, and terrifying flames formed into a pillar of fire that shot towards Wan Tianlong. Fighting for the right to drink, the red-haired young man's combat strength was extremely terrifying. His cultivation had reached the upper tier of the Bright Saint realm, and he had a low-tier heavenly spiritual body. What surprised Lu Ming even more was that the other party had cast a sacred art. A heaven's favorite of an emperor-ranked power like this was truly terrifying. A peak Bright Saint had already comprehended a sacred art. One must know that in the Azure continent, there were many old monsters who had been stuck at the great circle of the Bright Saint stage for tens of thousands of years, but they had not been able to comprehend a sacred art. Although this kind of genius had the same cultivation level as the remnant, he could kill the remnant in one move. Boom! Wan Tianlong's combat sword struck the pillar of fire, causing a terrifying tremor. The red-haired youth's body trembled and he was forced to retreat. Using 10% of your power to deal with me, you overestimate yourself. I'll go with you, Wan Tianlong said coldly. Spots of light began to light up around him. There were a total of 36 spots, and from each spot of light, a saint weapon flew out. However, they were all bright saint weapons. In addition to his great saint weapon, he now had a total of 37 saint weapons. The chi of the battle weapons converged into a terrifying sword chi, slashing toward the red-haired youth. The red-haired young man roared and used his sacred art again, blasting out a pillar of fire. But this time, the fire pillar was directly split apart by the sword light. The sword light did not stop and continued to slash towards the red-haired youth. The red-haired youth was shocked and quickly retreated, but it was still too late. He was swept by the sword light and his body was cut in half. He turned into two balls of fire and quickly retreated. They merged together in the distance with difficulty and returned to human form. However, his face was pale and his aura was somewhat weak. Although his spiritual body was a fire spiritual body, the sword just now had still injured him severely. Wan Tianlong laughed coldly. With his saint weapon around him, he continued to climb up the jade stairs. In the surroundings, no one stepped forward to fight with Wan Tianlong. Wan Tianlong was too strong. The red-haired youth's combat strength was already strong enough, but he still couldn't withstand a single strike from Wan Tianlong and was severely injured. Furthermore, no one knew how much power Wan Tianlong had used. Since there were still 8 pavilions, there was no need to fight with Wan Tianlong. When Wan Tianlong successfully stepped onto the pavilion, the jade staircase beneath the pavilion disappeared. "Young master, please sit." On the pavilion, the Jade Lake Saint smiled and personally poured wine for Wan Tianlong, causing many to be envious. "Holy maiden, please." With a wave of his hand, Wan Tianlong sat at the jade table with the Jade Pool's holy maiden and drank wine. At this moment, the Jade Lake Saint stood up from the second pavilion. She also raised her hand and a jade ladder formed. "Which young man would like to drink with this little sister?" A melodious voice sounded. "This lay will drink a cup with you, miss." The heaven's favorite of the Thunder God sect laughed and moved like a flash of lightning. The next moment, he appeared on the jade steps. Then he looked around and said, "Who wants to compete with me? If not, then this cup of wine will belong to me. I'll fight you." A voice was heard as a sovereign stepped onto the jade stairs. At the same time, a spear radiance burst out, piercing the air and stabbing towards the sovereign of the Thunder God sect. This young man's combat strength was definitely strong as well, not weaker than the red-haired young man from before. Thunder Punishment Hand. The paragon of the Thunder God sect waved his palm. Endless lightning flashed and condensed into a huge thunder palm print, which smashed toward the young man. Boom! The spear radiance shattered and the young man was blasted off the jade steps without any resistance. His entire body was charred black and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was severely injured in one move. What terrifying battle strength! Many people gasped. Was this a heaven's favorite from a powerful faction in ancient Moon Holy Land? Their combat prowess was simply too strong, easily crushing the geniuses of the other Emperor-ranked powers. The level of the spirit body is the same, but the cultivation level is stronger, and the mastery of the divine art is deeper. Lu Ming's eyes were burning. He could tell that both Wan Tianlong and the prodigy of the Thunder God sect had reached the peak of the sacred brightness stage. Although their spiritual bodies were still low-tier heavenly spiritual bodies, their abhijnas were more advanced. With a higher cultivation base and more powerful divine abilities, he could easily crush the other chosen. Many of the heavens' favorites from the Emperor-ranked forces had ugly expressions. If the heavens' favorites from ancient Moon Holy Land were also strong, what chance did they have? The paragon of the Thunder God sect showed his powerful strength. No one dared to fight with him. He stepped into the pavilion easily and drank with the Jade Lake Saint. Then, the saintess in the third pavilion formed a jade ladder like before. This time, a golden light flashed and the 9th Prince of the Golden Crow stepped onto the jade stairs. The 9th Prince of the Golden Crow was extremely arrogant. He looked around and no one dared to fight. The Golden Crow race was incomparably powerful to begin with. The 9th Crown Prince's aura was oppressive, and no one dared to fight him. He easily ascended the third pavilion. Following that, The fourth pavilion was also stepped onto by a heaven's favorite from a powerful ancient Moon Holy Land faction. This faction was called the Purple Extreme Sect. The paragon of the Purple Extreme Sect was also extremely powerful and unfathomable. He heavily injured a paragon who went up to fight with one move and stepped into the pavilion. Then, in the fifth pavilion, the young man with a sword on his back from the Wilderness Sword Sect stepped onto the Jade Ladder. I don't believe that all the geniuses from ancient Moon Holy Land are this strong. This pavilion is mine. A young man shouted and rushed up the Jade Ladder, trying to compete with the Wilderness Sword Sect. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out. Then, everyone saw a flash of sword light. Following that, the young man who had gone up to fight for the sword retreated frantically. He retreated a few thousand meters and stood in the air, motionless. The next moment, a bloody gash appeared on the young man's glabella. Then, his body was cut in half and fell into the lake below. He was dead. A heaven's spiritual body was killed just like that. Everyone only saw a flash of sword light. It was so terrifying. The heaven's favorite from the Wilderness Sword Sect looked cold and emotionless. He stepped up and no one dared to fight for it. He entered the pavilion smoothly. There were already 5 pavilions that had been occupied. Then, the 6th and 7th pavilions were all occupied by the geniuses of the ancient Moon Holy Land. The geniuses of the Emperor-ranked forces outside the ancient Moon Holy Land didn't even step into a single pavilion. At this moment, everyone's gazes were cast towards the last 2 pavilions. There were only 2 left, and almost all of the geniuses from ancient Moon Holy Land had stepped onto it. The remaining people didn't seem that strong, like the Golden Crow's 10th prince. When the jade stairs to the 8th pavilion appeared, a few figures rushed up at the same time. One of them was the 10th Golden Crow Prince. Get lost! The 10th Golden Crow Prince was extremely domineering. His entire body was covered in the flames of the great sun. With a single swipe of his claws, the sky was filled with flames. The cultivation of the 10th Golden Crow Prince was at the great circle of sacred brightness. You're the one who should get lost. The others weren't weak either. They unleashed their cultivation and fought with the 10th Golden Crow Prince. For a time, it was difficult to determine who was superior in the battle. Buzz! 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 At this moment, another 5 or 6 figures rushed up the jade stairs, making the battle even more intense. This was the most intense battle. Those who had stepped onto the jade stairs before were all too strong. They completely crushed the others and couldn't fight. But now, there was no one who could completely suppress them, so the battle was naturally intense. Everyone wanted to fight for one of the last 2 pavilions. Chapter 1745 One Punch One Kill. There are so many heaven's favorites. Lu Ming was also watching. Any one of these heaven's favorites could easily crush the divine sun. If they were placed in the Azure continent, they would be the heaven's favorites of the entire continent. No one would be able to defeat them. But here, there was a pile of them. The battle went on for half an hour. In the end, a peak bright saint, a heaven's favorite from outside the Holy Land, stepped into the pavilion first. Although this proud son of heaven's cultivation had also reached the peak of a bright saint, his combat strength was obviously lower than Wan Tianlong and the others. He could not crush them, so it took him a lot of effort to get onto the pavilion. Damn it, the last pavilion is definitely mine. The 10th Golden Crow Prince didn't step onto the pavilion and was in a bad mood. There was only one pavilion left. Everyone's eyes were on the last pavilion. Some of the heaven's favorites who didn't fight just now showed their battle intent, like Tuoba Fei. When the 9th pavilion's jade stairs descended, at least a dozen figures rushed up the jade stairs. Get lost! Kill! Roars rang out as a dozen heaven's favorites started to fight. Tuoba Fei also joined the battle and tried his best to charge forward. As long as he was the first to reach the pavilion, he would win and the others would retreat. However, none of the other heaven's favorites were weak. None of them dared to compete for the position. Needless to say, they had the heavenly spiritual body and their cultivation had all reached the upper tier of Bright Saint. If they did not have the combat power to suppress the others, it would be difficult for them to make it. All sorts of light glowed as sacred art techniques burst forth and collided intensely. Symbols flickered on the jade stairs and the pavilion. The terrifying force was offset when it landed on them. Gah! The Golden Crow let out a cry as the 10th Golden Crow Prince transformed into his 3-legged Golden Crow form. His wings were like blades, and he was suffused with the Grand Sun True Fire. He was extremely terrifying, and normal heaven's favorites of the same level weren't his match. Tuoba Fei was also fighting with all his might, but in the end, he was sent flying by the Golden Crow 10th Prince's claw. He was sent flying in the air, and even his hair was on fire. Detestable! Tuoba Fei roared, unwilling to give up. Lu Ming and Su Ran glanced at Tuoba Fei subconsciously. To their surprise, Tuoba Fei caught their eyes. He had just been blasted down and his hair was burnt. He was in an extremely sorry state. At this moment, he saw the look in Lu Ming and Su Ran's eyes. It was as if he saw the two of them mocking him. He was instantly enraged and vented all his anger on the two of them. What are you looking at? You're just a piece of trash. You don't even dare to fight for it. You're a toad lusting after a swan's meat. What a joke! Tuoba Fei shouted coldly. In particular, when he recalled that Lu Ming had called him a mad dog, he was even more furious. Lu Ming and Su Ran did not respond. They continued to watch the battle on the jade stairs, ignoring Tuoba Fei. Get lost, you two pieces of trash. Don't be an eyesore here. Seeing that the two of them dared to ignore him, Tuoba Fei was even more furious. He moved and appeared beside Su Ran, slapping him. Su Ran was shocked and quickly retreated. However, Tuoba Fei's speed was too fast for him to dodge. At this moment, Lu Ming struck out with his palm and it collided with Tuoba Fei's palm. Tuoba Fei's body trembled and he felt that the bones in his hand were about to break. He could not help but take 2 steps back and looked at Lu Ming in shock. He had felt that the power in Lu Ming's palm was extremely terrifying, as if it was going to shatter his entire body. You're a mad dog. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson. Lu Ming stepped forward, his palm as sharp as a knife, and struck at Tuoba Fei at lightning speed. The terrifying pressure completely enveloped Tuoba Fei, like Mount Tai pressing down on him. It was unstoppable. Tuoba Fei was shocked and took out a saint weapon to block it. However, when Lu Ming's palm hit the saint weapon, Tuoba Fei's saint weapon was deformed and then exploded. Tuoba Fei's eyes widened. Although it was a bright holy weapon, it was absolutely sturdy and immortal. However, it had been blown apart by Lu Ming's palm, which shocked him greatly. The terrifying power made Tuoba Fei spit out blood and retreat. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared above Tuoba Fei's head in an instant. He stomped on Tuoba Fei's face. Tuoba Fei screamed in pain and his body fell into the lake like a cannonball. Su Ran was dumbfounded. Lu Ming's combat strength had completely exceeded his expectations. When he first met Lu Ming in the 100-clan battlefield, Lu Ming's cultivation was much lower than his. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, he was not as good as him. Later on, Lu Ming had surpassed him. In the end, when they escaped from the 100-clan battlefield, although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, he was still far from what he was now. It had only been a short while since they last met, but Lu Ming could already abuse Tuoba Fei as if he was a puppy. Even his bright sacred weapon was shattered by Lu Ming with a single palm. What kind of combat strength was that? Tuoba Fei could not react in time. Su Ran, didn't you want to go up? I'll walk you up. Lu Ming said, then walked towards the 9th pavilion. Su Ran then reacted and subconsciously followed Lu Ming. The two of them, one after the other, stepped onto the jade stairs. Where did this brat come from? Get lost. On the jade stairs, there was a young man who looked like a black gorilla. His arms were thicker than other people's thighs and he was more than 3 meters tall. He threw a fist the size of a human head at Lu Ming's head, causing a dull roar in the air. This young man had not seen Lu Ming make a move when they were fighting on the jade stairs. Now, he wanted to punch Lu Ming down. Lu Ming also threw a punch. Thump! The 2 fists collided, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. The black gorilla youth's eyes popped out. His fist had already completely exploded. Get lost! Lu Ming stepped forward and swung his palm. A huge palm formed and slapped the young gorilla down the jade stairs. The gazes of many onlookers in the surroundings fell on Lu Ming. This person is so strong. He can easily crush the others. Could it be another prodigy from a holy land? I don't think so. He came here with Blood Jade Palace's Su Ran. Many people were guessing Lu Ming's identity. The paragons in the other 8 pavilions looked at Lu Ming with curiosity. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. His soul attack followed his voice and rushed toward the other geniuses on the jade stairs. Their bodies trembled. Then, Lu Ming threw a punch at them, one by one, and they fell down. What a powerful soul force. From the first pavilion, Wan Tianlong spoke. However, his voice was still calm. Lu Ming's soul power was not bad and his combat strength was quite strong, but he was not a threat to him. Lu Ming blasted a few people down in succession and strode forward. There were still a few people in front of him who had been fighting, but they all stopped and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's you. The 10th Golden Crow Prince's eyes narrowed when he saw Lu Ming. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. Get down. Lu Ming glanced at the few of them casually. He did not stop and strode forward. Everyone, let's join forces and blast this brat down. How about it? The 10th Golden Crow Prince's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Saint Ziling, all right. Let's join forces and defeat this person. Well, fight again. Attack. At that moment, the other paragons and the 10th Golden Crow Prince charged at Lu Ming. Their combined might was terrifying as they used all sorts of divine abilities to obliterate Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyelids did not even move. His palm shook and slashed out like a blade. Lu Ming's body was flowing with the power of the law of chaos. There seemed to be a prison-suppressing steel in his palm that could suppress everything. Bang, bang, bang. As the palm struck down, the divine abilities and techniques were scattered like bubbles. Lu Ming was like an immortal god of war as he continued to step forward, not allowing any spells to touch him. The 10th Golden Crow Prince and company's faces turned ugly. The few of them joined forces but they could not do anything to Lu Ming. Get down. Lu Ming said coldly and continued to strike with his palm. A few of them did their best to exchange blows with Lu Ming. They trembled as if they had been electrocuted and were sent flying. The qi and blood in their bodies churned and the bones in their arms seemed to be about to crack. Lu Ming had already shown mercy. If he had given it his all, no one here would survive. Only the 10th Prince of the Golden Crow clan was still on the jade stairs. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Why aren't you getting lost? Lu Ming said coldly. Lu Ming, this is the ancient Moon Holy Land. My Golden Crow clan is in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Give me some face and give me this pavilion. I can let bygones be bygones for the 100 clan battlefield. The 10th Golden Crow Prince sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. I'm giving you face, but who do you think you are? Get lost. Lu Ming shouted and grabbed one of the Golden Crow 10th Prince's wings. With a swing, he threw the Golden Crow 10th Prince out. This 10th Prince of the Golden Crow clan was a joke. He couldn't win, so he used the Golden Crow clan to threaten him. He didn't believe that the elders of the Golden Crow clan would have the nerve to intervene in a fight between peers. Therefore, he didn't need to be nice to the 10th Golden Crow Prince. Lu Ming. The 10th Golden Crow Prince steadied himself in the distance. He gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Ming. In another pavilion, the 9th Crown Prince of the Golden Crow's eyes also turned cold. Who the hell dared to call the 10th Golden Crow Prince? What about him? Scolding the 10th Golden Crow Prince like that was the same as scolding him. The 10th Golden Crow Prince was thrown down the jade stairs. There was no one left on the jade stairs. Su Ran, let's go. Lu Ming looked at Su Ran, who was in a daze. He stepped forward and walked into the 9th pavilion with Su Ran. The 9 pavilions were all occupied. How should I address this young master? You truly suppressed everyone else. This little sister is impressed. In the 9th pavilion, there was a woman in a purple dress. Her skin was like jade, and she had a heavenly fragrance. She looked at Lu Ming with her beautiful eyes and a sweet smile. She was extremely beautiful. Lu Ming. Su Ran. Lu Ming and Su Ran cupped their fists. This little girl is Ziling. Please sit down. Ziling will pour wine for you too. Ziling said. Miss Ziling, you're too polite. This time, I'm here to help Brother Su. Brother Su admires the Jade Lake Saint a lot. Lu Ming smiled slightly and pushed Su Ran forward. You're too kind. I'm just here to gain some experience. Su Ran quickly declined. He knew very well that with his talent, the Jade Lake Saint would not take a fancy to him. He was only here to experience and join in the fun. He did not expect that Lu Ming would bring him to the pavilion and sit at the same table with the Jade Lake Saint. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little helpless. The two of you are so reluctant. It seems that Ziling's charm is not enough to enter the eyes of the two young masters. Ziling sighed slightly, and her eyes revealed a hidden bitterness. Ziling was originally a national beauty, and with such an expression, It was really tempting. Any man would be moved. Lady Xiling, you misunderstand, Su Ran said hurriedly. Lu Ming also revealed a trace of embarrassment. Then, Xiling smiled and said, I was just joking with you too. Come, it's our first time meeting. Hey, race a toast to you too. Lu Ming and Su Ran picked up their glasses and downed their drinks. Xiling was very talkative. She quickly broke the awkward atmosphere and had a good chat with Lu Ming and Su Ran. Obviously, the Jade Lake Saintess had received special training, and dealing with people was one of them. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many peerless talents who had fallen under the Jade Lake Saintess' skirt since ancient times. Outside the pavilion, many people were envious. Who wouldn't want to drink and chat with the Jade Lake Saint? It was the same in the other pavilions, and they were having a good time. After 3 rounds of wine, 2 jade tokens appeared in Xiling's hands. She handed them to Lu Ming and Su Ran and said, It's getting late, and Xiling is going back to cultivate. If you two have time in the future, you can send a message to Xiling, or come to the Jade Pool Celestial Palace as a guest. Lu Ming and Su Ran took the jade cards. Definitely. I'll take my leave then. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left the pavilion. Su Ran also left the pavilion, somewhat reluctant to leave. What's wrong? Are you moved? Lu Ming smiled. Sigh, with Miss Xiling's talent, why would she be interested in me? There are more people competing to be a guardian. If it's you, Lu Ming, it's possible. Su Ran sighed. Of course, it wasn't that easy to become a guardian. All he had to do was step into a pavilion. Today, the Holy Virgin of the Jade Lake had come to this world, and he just wanted to make some friends. In the future they would have to spend more time together, and the other elites could compete with each other. In the end, they could win the Bowtie's heart and become the real guardian of the Jade Lake Saint. It's impossible for me. Lu Ming smiled. He had come here to seek help from the Holy Land's forces, not to pick up girls. When the people in the 9 pavilions left, the space rippled again. Then, the 9 pavilions and the Jade Lake Immortal Palace all disappeared into the void. A small world. Lu Ming muttered. Emperor-level experts, Saint Hearts could condense a small world that was like a real world. The Jade Lake Divine Palace probably had many Emperor-level experts. It was very normal for them to have small worlds. In fact, many Emperor-ranked forces only had their headquarters on the surface, but it was not their true core. The true core was the small world of the Emperor-ranked powerhouses. It was definitely more mysterious and vast than the mountain and river diagram. After all, the mountain and river diagram was only a treasure created by an Emperor-level expert. Brat, stop. Just as the two of them were about to leave, a cold voice was heard. 2 golden lights flashed and 2 figures appeared in front of Lu Ming. The Golden Crow's 10th and 9th princes. Brat, how dare you insult the Golden Crow race? You are courting death. Kneel down and apologize now. The 9th prince of the Golden Crow said coldly. He was dressed in a golden robe and his body was covered in golden solar fire, burning and distorting the space. After beating the small one, a big one will come. I wonder if an old one will come after beating the big one. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly and he said in disdain. Arrogant. Do you think you're my 9th brother's match? The 10th Golden Crow Prince called out. Meeting Feng Ling again, the Golden Crow 10th Prince clamored. The Golden Crow race was proud to begin with, let alone the Crown Prince of the Golden Crow race. As for the 10th Golden Crow Prince, he had suffered at Lu Ming's hands time and time again in the 100-clan battlefield. Now that he had become a saint, he was also crushed by Lu Ming. He had a strong desire to kill Lu Ming. However, although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, he did not think that Lu Ming could fight against his 9th brother. The 9th Prince of the Golden Crow had reached the peak of the Bright Saint realm. His mastery of the divine ability was also very profound. His combat strength was many times stronger than his. He believed that he could easily suppress Lu Ming. It's just a sick bird. I can suppress it with a flip of my hand. Lu Ming said calmly. Hee, kid, you're very arrogant. I'd like to see if you have the capital to be arrogant. The eyes of the 9th Prince of the Golden Crow flickered with a cold light. The fire of the great sun burned on his body like the sun of the sun. His powerful aura pressed toward Lu Ming, but Lu Ming was like a Buddha's face in the spring breeze and did not feel anything. The commotion here attracted the attention of the other people in the surroundings, and they all looked over. After beating the small one, the big one comes. The Golden Crow race is getting more and more shameless. At this moment, a voice rang out. The voice was crisp and clear, and it was clearly a woman's voice. The 9th and 10th Golden Crow princes' faces darkened as they looked in the direction of the voice. 2 women stepped on the air and arrived. One of the women was wearing a phoenix dress. She had a graceful figure and was extremely beautiful. A phoenix spirit. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was about to look for Huang Ling and did not expect to meet her here. The girl beside Huang Ling was wearing a long green dress. She had a round face and jade-like skin. She was also very beautiful and was not much worse than Huang Ling. The 2 women stepped on the air like fairies descending to the mortal world, attracting everyone's attention. Who are these 2 beautiful women? Especially the one in the phoenix dress. She's even more beautiful than the Jade Lake Saint. Of course, she's the most beautiful woman in the Phoenix Palace, Huang Ling. Of course she's beautiful. The other woman isn't much worse. She's the heaven's favorite of the Pure Snow Pavilion, Mu Qingxue. Discussions could be heard from all around. Huang Ling and Mu Qingxue came to Lu Ming's side. What are you looking at? And you're staring at me with your eyes wide open. Do you want to eat me? If you have the ability, come at me. Mu Qingxue's big eyes glared at the 9th and 10th Golden Crow Prince as she spoke in a tender voice. The voice just now had come from Mu Qingxue. Huang Ling, Mu Qingxue. Are you 2 trying to meddle in my business? The 9th Prince of the Golden Crow said in a cold voice. Lu Ming is my friend. What do you mean by being a busybody? If you want to attack him, I naturally have to interfere. Huang Ling said with a smile. The 9th Prince of the Golden Crow had a serious look in his eyes. Although Huang Ling's cultivation was weaker than his, only at the greater mastery of the Bright Saint realm, her body constitution was extremely terrifying. If he were to really fight her, he had no confidence. What's more, Mu Qingxue's combat strength wasn't weaker than his at all. If they fought, he would most likely be at a disadvantage. Kid, you're lucky, but you can't be so lucky every time. 10th brother, let's go. With that, the Golden Crow 10th Prince and the other 2 turned into 2 streaks of golden light and left. Good luck. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not comment. After the 9th Prince of the Golden Crow left, Huang Ling looked at Lu Ming. She blinked a few times and smiled. The power of a beauty is really great. Lu Ming, it seems like even heroes can't overcome the charms of a beauty and the Jade Lake Saint. Clearly, Huang Ling had seen Lu Ming's drinking and chit-chatting with the Jade Lake Saint on the 9th Pavilion. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. Don't misunderstand. I'm here to accompany Su Ran. I'm here to help her. Is that so? Huang Ling pursed her lips and smiled. You are Lu Ming? Mu Qingxue's eyes widened as she sized Lu Ming up and down. Then she said, you're not bad looking. Your combat strength and cultivation are not bad either. No wonder Huang Ling misses you so much. Qingxue, don't spout nonsense. I didn't. Huang Ling's smiling face immediately turned red as she glared at Mu Qingxue. Oh, didn't he? I might have remembered it wrong. Mu Qingxue revealed a sly look and then laughed. Huang Ling's face turned even redder and she quickly changed the topic. Lu Ming, why did you suddenly come to the ancient Moon Holy Land? Of course, I'm here to see you because I miss our beauty, Huang Ling. Mu Qingxue interjected from the side. Mu Qingxue obviously liked to joke, which made Huang Ling's face and neck blush. Huang Ling is so beautiful. Of course, I'd like to come here earlier to take a look. However, I'm here for another important matter. Lu Ming smiled. Oh, what's the matter? Huang Ling asked. Regarding Evil Spirit Sect, Song Province has been occupied by them. Not only Song Province, but also Cloud Province and Emperor Province. I came here this time to ask for help from the powerful forces of the ancient Moon Holy Land. Lu Ming said. Evil Spirit. Huang Ling and Mu Qingxue's expressions changed at the same time. Lu Ming, let's go to the Phoenix Palace first. We'll talk as we walk, said Huang Ling. Lu Ming nodded and the 4 of them headed toward the Phoenix Palace. On the way, Lu Ming briefly explained what had happened in the Azure continent. Phoenix Spirit. I wonder if Phoenix Palace can send experts to annihilate Evil Spirit? Finally, Lu Ming asked. Huang Ling frowned and said, Lu Ming, according to what you've said, Evil Spirit Cult and the Emperor family have cooperated to kill Emperor Yun in one fell swoop. They must be very powerful and have at least 2 Emperor-level experts. If Phoenix Palace wants to send people, they must send at least 4 or 5 Emperor-level experts. I don't have the authority to send such experts. Lu Ming nodded. He naturally understood this. Emperor-level experts were high and mighty. They could rule a region. How could they be ordered around by a mere saint? In the Phoenix Palace, the only one who has this power is the Palace Master. Huang Ling said. How can I meet the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace? Lu Ming asked. The Palace Master's cultivation is profound, and she's always in seclusion. Even other monarch-ranked experts find it difficult to meet her, let alone me. The number of times I've met her is less than 3. Huang Ling explained. Emperor-level figures were rarely seen. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He had long guessed that it would not be so easy to ask for help from the major forces in the Holy Land. The main reason was that their strength was low. It was too difficult to meet with those Emperor-ranked experts unless they took the initiative to come and see you. I have a way for you to meet the Phoenix Palace's master. Mu Qingxue said at this time. What is it? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In another month, some of the holy maidens and holy sons of the Phoenix Palace will enter a phoenix's nest to fight for a treasure. If you can help Feng Ling get that treasure, the Phoenix Palace Master might summon you. Mu Qingxue said. The Phoenix Nest, a phoenix's nest? Lu Ming was full of doubts. That's right, Lu Ming. In a month, the holy sons and holy virgins of the Phoenix Palace will enter a destroyed phoenix nest in search of the heart of a wutong tree. Every holy virgin and holy son can invite a few friends to help them. I was thinking of asking you for help. If we succeed, we might be able to meet the Palace Master. Huang Ling explained. We're friends. Even if this didn't happen, I'd still help you. It's just that there are so many heaven's favorites in ancient Moon Holy Land. With my cultivation level, I'm afraid I can't help you. Lu Ming said. No, because only those in the Bright Saint realm are allowed to enter this time, said Huang Ling. The 4 of them talked as they walked. Huang Ling also explained the situation in detail. It turned out that not long ago, the Phoenix Palace had discovered a phoenix's nest. Unfortunately, the phoenix's nest had been destroyed long ago, and all the phoenixes in the phoenix's nest had died. An expert from the Phoenix Palace had entered the phoenix's nest to investigate, but he was surrounded by the phoenix's spirit and had escaped with heavy injuries. After many tests, the Phoenix Palace found out that there were many heroic spirits of dead phoenixes in the phoenix nest. These heroic spirits were usually dormant and would attack together if outsiders entered. The more powerful an existence was, the more powerful the heroic spirit would be alerted. Even the Phoenix Palace's monarch-tier experts were forced to retreat after being seriously injured. The lower the cultivation level, the less likely it was to alert the stronger heroic spirits. At most, it would alert some of the weaker heroic spirits. The experts of the Phoenix Palace also discovered that there was an ancient parasol tree in the phoenix's nest that had condensed the heart of the parasol tree. This was a priceless treasure to the Phoenix Palace. Therefore, the Phoenix Palace had decided to send the Bright Saint Realm saints and saintesses of the Phoenix Palace into the phoenix's nest to get the heart of the wutong. Each of them could invite 3 friends outside the Phoenix Palace to help. In fact, this was a test for these holy sons and holy virgins. Whoever could get the heart of the parasol tree would be more valued by the Phoenix Palace, and their status would be higher than the other holy sons and holy virgins. The 4 of them chatted as they walked. Not long after, a majestic mountain peak appeared in front of them. This mountain peak was like a phoenix with its wings spread out. It was extremely lifelike. There were many palaces built on the mountain peak. This was the Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming realized that the cultivation environment here was better than other places. Lu Ming, Su Ran, from now on, you'll be living in Phoenix Palace. How about it? Said Huang Ling. I can't ask for more. Lu Ming said with a smile. Staying here was much better than staying in an inn. Su Ran naturally nodded. The 4 of them flew into the Phoenix Palace. Huang Ling arranged a place for Lu Ming to stay and then brought them on a tour of the Phoenix Palace. After touring around, the group arrived at Lu Ming's residence. It was a courtyard. Lu Ming, I'll try my best to report the matter regarding evil spirit to the higher-ups and see if I can meet the palace master. You guys can stay here. If anything happens, you can contact me at any time. Said Huang Ling. All right. Lu Ming nodded. After Huang Ling and Mu Qingxue left, Lu Ming and Su Ran each went into a room and cultivated on their own. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming had cultivated the Chaos Finger Tribulation arduously. Now that he had reached 18% mastery, its power had increased by a few more points. 3 people were gathered in a courtyard in the Phoenix Palace. They were Huang Ling, Lu Ming, and Mu Qingxue. It was only then that Lu Ming knew that Mu Qingxue was one of the people whom Huang Ling had invited to help. That Qin Feng guy is really slow. He's still not here. Mu Qingxue snorted. Every Holy Son and Holy Virgin could invite 3 friends to help them. Now that Lu Ming and Mu Qingxue had arrived, they were still short of 1 friend. Anyway, there's still time. Let's wait a little longer, said Huang Ling. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the sky. A young man stepped on the air and arrived. This person was dressed in a white robe and was quite handsome. He stepped down from the sky and smiled. Huang Ling, I'm sorry I'm late. I thought you weren't coming. Mu Qingxue said coldly, as if she didn't like this person. Mu Qingxue's attitude didn't anger the young man. He still had a smile on his face as he turned to look at Lu Ming. Feng Ling, who is this? He's Lu Ming. Lu Ming. His name is Qin Feng. Huang Ling introduced. It's Brother Lu. Qin Feng cupped his fists. Brother Qin. Lu Ming also cupped his fists, but he had a feeling that Qin Ran's smile was very fake. Qin Feng sized Lu Ming up and said, Brother Lu, you look very unfamiliar. Are you not from ancient Moon Holy Land? No, I'm from the Azure Continent. Lu Ming said. The Azure Continent? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a hint of contempt. Although he hid it very quickly, Lu Ming still noticed it. I wonder what's Brother Lu's current cultivation level? Qin Feng asked again. Lu Ming had cast an illusionary technique to cover up the aura of his cultivation, so Qin Feng could not tell. Hey, Qin Feng, you're asking too much. What's Lu Ming's cultivation level? Why should he tell you? Mu Qingxue said unhappily. Qingxue, you're wrong. Since we're a team and we're going to enter the Phoenix's nest together to help Feng Ling complete her mission, we naturally have to understand the other's cultivation level. That way, it'll be easier for us to work together, right? Qin Yang smiled. His words seemed reasonable, leaving Mu Qingxue speechless. It's just my cultivation level. There's nothing to hide. My cultivation level is at the lower tier of the Bright Saint realm. Lu Ming said. Initial Bright Saint? This time, Qin Feng's contempt was even more obvious. To be honest, the initial Bright Saint realm isn't enough. Huang Ling, if you can't find any friends, I can introduce you to a few. They'll at least be in the upper tier of the Bright Saint realm. Although Qin Feng still had a smile on his face, his contempt was already very obvious. Huang Ling's brows furrowed and she looked unhappy. There's no need. I believe that Lu Ming's combat strength is not weaker than that of a great mastery Bright Saint. He will definitely be of great help. Oh really? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up into a sneer, and he did not say anything more. All right, it's getting late. Let's go, said Huang Ling. Immediately, the 4 of them rose into the air and soon arrived at the top of a mountain. There were already quite a few people on the peak. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd and discovered that there were 24 people. They were grouped into 6 groups of 4. Obviously, they were the other Holy Sons and Holy Virgins of the Phoenix Palace and the friends they had invited. Including Huang Ling and the others, there were 7 groups in total. As soon as Lu Ming and the rest arrived, they were met with cold gazes. The 9th Prince of the Golden Crow. Lu Ming looked around and saw the 9th Prince of the Golden Crow looking at him coldly. In addition, Lu Ming also discovered many familiar faces. For example, Wan Tianlong of the Wan family and the Heaven's favorite of the Wilderness Sword sect. 4 or 5 of them had stepped onto the Jade Pool Saintess Pavilion a month ago. Unexpectedly, they had all been invited by the Phoenix Palace's Saint and Saintess. The Phoenix Spirit's 7 groups, a total of 28 people. They sized each other up and revealed their battle intent. The atmosphere was very heavy. Feng Ling, you'll definitely be the one to obtain the heart of the parasol tree this time. You should give up. A young man looked at Feng Ling and spoke coldly. He was filled with confidence. He was dressed in a phoenix robe, handsome and full of nobility. What a joke. The heart of the parasol tree will definitely be mine. A voice came from the side. It was a woman. Huang Ling's expression was calm and she did not speak. The man's name is Huang Kong, and the woman's name is Huang Bing. They have the highest cultivation among this batch of holy sons and holy virgins. However, their talents are not as good as Huang Ling's. That's why they're always against her, trying to suppress her. Mu Qingxue sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. The phoenix spirit had the undying heavenly phoenix body. The spirit body could continue to evolve through nirvana. Back in the 100-clan battlefield, it had already evolved to a medium-grade heavenly spirit body. It was not something that ordinary geniuses could compare to. Lu Ming sized them up. The helpers that Huang Kong and Huang Bing had invited were all very powerful. Their auras were strong and hard to estimate. For example, the 9th prince of the Golden Crow was next to Huang Bing, and Wan Tianlong was next to Huang Kong. Buzz! 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 At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard in the sky. 3 old men came through the air. Greetings, elder. Feng Ling and the other holy sons and holy daughters of the Phoenix Palace bowed. You're free. The old man in the lead waved his hand. Everyone's here. Now, follow us. After the old man in the lead finished speaking, he soared into the sky. The others followed him, and not long after, they arrived at a valley. In the valley, there was a pitch-black vortex, and behind the vortex was the phoenix's nest. Go in, the leading old man said. Let's go, let's go. Huang Kong was the first to speak. He rushed into the vortex with his 3 helpers and disappeared. Then, Huang Bing and the others rushed into the vortex and disappeared. Let's go in too, Huang Ling said and rushed into the black tortoise, followed by Lu Ming and the others. As soon as they entered the vortex, they appeared on a mountain peak. Looking up, they saw that the world in front of them was filled with thick black fog, which blocked their vision. The others all appeared not far away. Buzz! And NBSP whoosh. Then, Huang Kong and the others flew forward and disappeared into the thick black fog. According to the investigation of the Phoenix Palace's experts, the ancient parasol tree is in the depths of the phoenix nest, said Huang Ling. After that, the 4 of them also flew forward. After flying into the mist, he found that the mist was too thick and he couldn't see clearly. At first, he could still see the other holy sons and holy virgins, but later, they had completely disappeared. After flying for a long time, they finally flew out of the fog-covered area and their vision widened. However, they didn't see the other holy sons and holy virgins or their helpers. It was clear that while flying in the fog, everyone's direction was slightly off and they had already separated. This place seems to have experienced a terrifying battle. Mu Qingxue asked in surprise. Looking into the distance, he could see many mountain peaks, but most of them had collapsed. Some seemed to have been cut off by a sword, and some seemed to have been smashed by a palm. In fact, they even saw huge palm and fist prints on the ground. This phoenix nest should be a small world, and a terrifying battle happened in the distant past. Almost all the phoenixes here were killed. We have to be careful. I'm afraid that the phoenix spirit will appear and attack us, said Huang Ling. The 4 of them concealed their auras and flew forward. Before he could fly far, the cry of a phoenix suddenly resounded through the air. Following which, a phoenix burst out from the ground. This phoenix didn't seem to have a physical body, but a black shadow. Its eyes revealed an intense hatred as it pounced toward the 4 of them. Mu Qingxue let out a delicate cry and slapped out a palm. A terrifying cold wave rushed out and hit the phoenix phantom, sending it flying. However, the phoenix phantom shouted again and rushed toward Mu Qingxue. Cold wave sword, slash, die. Mu Qingxue shouted as she clenched her fist. A terrifying cold wave appeared and condensed into a long sword. With a slash, the phoenix spirit was cut in half. It turned into wisps of black smoke and disappeared into the ground. A divine ability. Lu Ming's heart stirred. What Mu Qingxue used was a superpower technique. Her cultivation was also very high, reaching the peak of Bright Saint. Her superpower technique was profound and her combat power was strong. No wonder the 9th prince of the Golden Crow was so afraid and left directly. After killing a phoenix spirit, the 4 of them increased their speed and rushed forward. However, not long after they rushed out, the cries of phoenixes rang out again. This time, several phoenix spirits appeared and pounced toward the 4 of them. Those with weak cultivation, step back and don't get in the way. Qin Feng glanced at Lu Ming coldly, then stepped forward and charged at the phoenix spirits. Qin Feng's combat strength wasn't any weaker than Mu Qingshue's. No wonder he was so arrogant. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Since he was not needed, he could not be bothered to do anything. He stood beside Huang Ling. Mu Qingxue and Qin Feng joined forces and quickly destroyed a few phoenix souls. The four of them continued to move forward, but more and more phoenix souls appeared. Mu Qingxue and Qin Yang were also finding it more and more difficult to deal with the situation. Humph, what's wrong with Huang Ling? She invited a piece of trash. Otherwise, we would have an easier time if there was another expert. Looking at the increasing number of phoenix spirits, Qin Feng's face became more and more unsightly. He began to not hide his thoughts and began to speak sarcastically. And NBSP, but at this moment, a massive phoenix spirit appeared. This phoenix spirit was several times larger than the other phoenix spirits, and its aura was extremely thick and terrifying. It screeched and pounced on Qin Feng. Qin Feng unleashed his full power and struck out a huge palm toward the phoenix spirit. However, the phoenix spirit's sharp claws destroyed Qin Feng's palm print and slashed toward him with its blade-like wings. Qin Feng's expression changed. He took out a saint weapon to block the attack, but he was sent flying. His face was pale and he almost spat out blood. This phoenix spirit is too strong. We can't fight it. Let's leave this place first and take a detour, Qin Feng suggested. Take a detour? In my opinion, there are such powerful phoenix souls everywhere. If we can't break through here, it will be the same in other places. Lu Ming said. Shut up. What right do you have to speak? We're fighting, what are you doing? Qin Feng shouted coldly. At this time, the powerful phoenix spirit pounced toward Qin Feng again. Qin Feng's expression changed and he turned around to run, shouting, Listen to me, we'll take a detour. Even if we join forces, we're still not his match. Qin Feng's speed was very fast. As soon as he ran, the huge phoenix spirit pounced on the phoenix spirit and Lu Ming. Huang Ling, be careful. Mu Qingxue shouted. She wanted to rush over to help, but it was already too late. Huang Ling's expression turned serious. Her body was filled with the unperishable flame, forming a flaming phoenix. The ancient parasol tree. The phoenix spirit would not retreat. Her thoughts were the same as Lu Ming's. There were phoenix spirits everywhere in this place. There might be stronger ones in other places. They could only rush over. If they couldn't even get past this, how could they compete with the other holy sons and holy virgins? I'll do it. Let's go, Lu Ming said as he stepped forward. A powerful aura surged from his body. Then, his palm was like a knife as he slashed at the phoenix spirit's sharp claws. You're only a lower-tier bright saint, yet you want to fight this phoenix spirit head-on? You're really ignorant. You're looking for death. In the distance, Qin Feng sneered. But the next moment, his smile disappeared. Bang! Lu Ming's palm collided with the phoenix's sharp claws, but the result was that the phoenix's body was sent flying. Then, Lu Ming stepped forward. A huge chaos sky-turning seal condensed in his palm. It was as big as a mountain and pressed down on the phoenix spirit. Although the chaos sky-turning seal was only a domain-level martial arts technique, it was still extremely terrifying when cast by Lu Ming with his current cultivation level. Boom! The chaotic sky-turning seal pressed down on the phoenix spirit, causing its body to tremble and let out cries. Lu Ming's hands did not stop. Chaos sky-turning seals were constantly condensed and blasted at the phoenix spirit. After 5 or 6 consecutive attacks, the phoenix spirit finally couldn't take it anymore. It exploded with a bang and turned into black smoke. In the distance, Qin Feng's expression froze and then became extremely gloomy. Lu Ming's combat strength was so strong. He was only an initial bright saint, but he could suppress the phoenix's spirit. Didn't that mean that his combat strength was stronger than his? Moreover, in his opinion, he was no match for the phoenix spirit just now. Now that Lu Ming could kill the phoenix spirit, was it not a slap to his face? Especially in front of the two beauties, Huang Ling and Mu Qingxue. This made his eyes flash with a cold light. Huang Ling and Mu Qingxue were also a little stunned. This guy's combat strength has become stronger. Huang Ling muttered. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared beside Mu Qingxue to help her deal with the other phoenix spirits. These phoenix spirits were much weaker and were no match for Lu Ming. He killed them with one move and quickly cleared them all. Let's go! Lu Ming said to Bai Lin. Lu Ming, what do you mean? You're obviously so strong. So why didn't you attack just now? Were you waiting for us to be unable to resist before you attacked so that you could show off your strength? You're disregarding other people's safety. Qin Feng flew back and scolded with a gloomy face. Weren't you the one who told me not to make a move? Besides, the one who wanted to show off was you, right? Of course I had to give you this chance. Unfortunately, I didn't expect you to be a good-for-nothing. Lu Ming said calmly. What did you just say? Qin Feng's face turned even gloomier. Lu Ming actually dared to call him trash? Isn't it? Also, I'll borrow your words, trash, stand behind and don't make a move, so you don't get in the way. Lu Ming sneered and stepped forward. Mu Qingxue let out a crisp laugh and gave Qin Feng a disdainful look. Then she followed Lu Ming and walked forward with Feng Ling. Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Lu Ming actually dared to humiliate him. He was just a person from the Azure continent, yet he dared to humiliate him, a heaven's favorite from a holy land's major force. He was simply courting death. Qin Feng's eyes darted around for a while. Then he followed Lu Ming and the others. Following that, more phoenix spirits appeared. However, with Lu Ming leading the way, these phoenix spirits could not stop them at all. They rushed forward quickly. Half an hour later, they had flown tens of thousands of miles. Finally, there were no more phoenix spirits. Without the appearance of the phoenix's spirit, their speed increased explosively. They turned into 4 streams of light and streaked across the sky. After flying for an unknown distance, a towering ancient tree appeared in their line of sight. Is that the ancient parasol tree? It's actually rooted in the void. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the towering tree in front of him. That ancient tree was too big. It blotted out the sky and the sun. No one knew how high it was. The most shocking thing was that the roots of the towering ancient tree were actually rooted in the void. It was as if a towering ancient tree had grown out of the void. This scene was truly terrifying. Huang Ling seemed to have known about this long ago, but Mu Qingxue and Qin Feng were also a little dumbfounded. That's the ancient parasol tree. The heart of the parasol tree is right there. Let's go, said Huang Ling as she flew forward. Not long after, they slowly approached the ancient parasol tree. The closer they got, the more they felt that the ancient parasol tree was huge. It was as if it could support an entire world. They did not know how big it was. Under the ancient parasol tree, there was a huge mountain. It was extremely majestic and pierced through the sky. At the peak of the mountain, near the root of the ancient parasol tree, when they arrived, they found that they could not fly up any further. They were obstructed by a powerful force. What's going on? If we can't fly up, how can we get on the ancient parasol tree? Mu Qingxue asked, puzzled. That mountain goes straight to the root of the ancient parasol tree. Could it be from there? Lu Ming said. Let's go take a look, said Huang Ling. The 4 of them flew forward. Whoosh, whoosh. At this time, from several other directions, the sound of air braking could be heard. There were also people flying towards the mountain. Huang Kong, Huang Bing, and Huang Xian. Huang Ling said in a low voice. In addition to them, there were 3 other holy sons and holy sons who had brought people here. The 4 groups of people arrived in front of the mountain almost at the same time. On the mountain, there was a jade staircase that led from the foot of the mountain to the top. At the foot of the mountain, there was a stone tablet with a line of words written on it. If you want to climb up the Wutong tree, climb up from here. It was obvious that in order to step onto the ancient parasol tree, one had to climb the jade ladder to the peak of the mountain and then obtain the heart of the parasol tree from the ancient parasol tree. People from all 4 sides moved almost at the same time and rushed toward the jade stairs. Lu Ming rushed up the jade stairs. With one step, his body was as light as a swallow, and he headed towards the mountain peak at top speed. Qin Feng and Mu Qingxue were the same. However, when Lu Ming swept his gaze across them, he realized that something was wrong. Huang Ling's body glowed as if she was under great pressure and was climbing up with great difficulty. Not only him, but Huang Kong, Huang Bing, and Huang Xian were also the same. They seemed to be under hundreds of millions of joule of pressure, and it was extremely difficult for them to walk. Other than the 4 of them, the others who came to help seemed to be very relaxed. At this time, the others also noticed this strange scene and all stopped. How did this happen? This jade staircase will form a powerful pressure on those who cultivate the phoenix body. said Huang Kong. It's very likely that this was built by the Phoenix clan in the distant past to test the younger phoenixes. Huang Ling also spoke. The eyes of Lu Ming and the others flickered. In that case, only those with the phoenix body felt a strong pressure here. To others, there was no pressure at all. Strip off all your fur, Huang Bing. It'll help you get the heart of the divine phoenix, the 9th prince of the Golden Crow said. He then turned into a golden light and rushed up the jade stairs. The heart of the Wutong is mine. Beside Huang Kong, Wan Tianlong spoke and charged forward like lightning. Soon after, Mu Qingxue, Qin Chen, and the others also rushed up the jade stairs, afraid that they would be one step slower. Lu Ming did not move. He felt that it was not that simple. If this jade staircase was really a test for the Phoenix Clan's juniors, it would probably be useless for the others to go up. Lu Ming was not the only one who did not move. The disciples of the Wilderness Sword sect beside Huang Bing did not move either. They carried their combat swords on their backs and stood beside Huang Bing. Huang Ling, Huang Bing, Huang Kong, and Huang Xian were climbing up with all their might. Sure enough, not long after, Mu Qingxue, the Golden Crow 9th prince, and the others all came down from the top of the mountain. We can't go up the ancient parasol tree at all. There's a powerful force blocking us, Mu Qingxue said. My guess is that only those with the body of the phoenix can ascend the ancient parasol tree and obtain the heart of the parasol tree after going through the test. Lu Ming speculated. It's very possible. Mu Qingxue nodded. The others had obviously thought of this as well. They stood behind Huang Kong, Huang Bing, and the others. Now, it was up to Fengling and the rest. Whoever could reach the peak first would be able to obtain the heart of the parasol tree. Huang Ling and the other 3 walked up step by step, but their speed was very slow. It seemed that the higher they went, the greater the pressure they felt. There are too many people here. In my opinion, it's better to let some go down. The eyes of the 9th prince of the Golden Crow flickered with a golden light as he looked at Huang Ling, Lu Ming, and the others. I also think there are too many people. Why don't we get rid of some? Another young man beside the 9th prince of the Golden Crow spoke. Bang! Bang! The 2 of them walked toward Lu Ming and the rest. Only the Heaven's favorite from the Wilderness Sword sect did not move. Gah! The 9th crown prince of the Golden Crow transformed into his true form. His entire body was suffused with the terrifying divine fire of the Grand Sun. His wings were like blades as he slashed toward Lu Ming. The other person charged towards Fengling. As long as he could knock Huang Ling down the jade stairs or even injure her, he would be able to get rid of an opponent for Huang Bing. Huang Ling was trying her best to resist the pressure on the jade stairs and could not resist at all. Get lost! Mu Qingxue shouted as she fought with the Heaven's Pride expert, blocking him. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he struck out with his palm and hit the wings of the 9th prince of the Golden Crow. With a clang, the sound of metal hitting metal was heard. The wings of the 9th prince of the Golden Crow were tougher than ordinary holy weapons, but Lu Ming's attack could even split a holy weapon. Lu Ming's attack directly broke the divine sun fire covering the Golden Crow's wings. The terrifying power of the prison-suppressing heaven art surged toward the Golden Crow's wings. The Golden Crow's 9th prince's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted, and he quickly retracted his wings. Sick bird! I'll strip you of all your feathers today. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He stepped forward and used the prison-suppressing heaven technique. His palm was like a knife, constantly bombarding the 9th prince of the Golden Crow. The 9th prince of the Golden Crow let out a long cry and flapped his wings madly. 2 suns condensed on his wings, completely formed by the divine fire of the great sun. They were extremely powerful and blasted toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming ignored him. He stepped forward and activated the chaos laws. He used the prison-suppressing heaven technique and struck out with 2 palms. Bang! Bang! The 2 suns formed by the divine fire of the great sun exploded. Lu Ming rushed past them, his palms constantly striking the wings of the 9th prince of the Golden Crow. The body of the 9th Golden Crow prince trembled violently. He could not withstand Lu Ming's terrifying power at all. After a few moves, the golden feathers on his wings fluttered as he was struck down by Lu Ming. Desolate sword! What are you waiting for? The 9th prince of the Golden Crow let out a long howl, his anger soaring to the heavens. Whoosh! A visible sword light cut through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. The sword radiance was pitch black in color, but it was extremely sharp and terrifying. Bang! Lu Ming suddenly stepped forward, his palm breaking through the defense of the ninth prince of the Golden Crow. He grabbed one of the Golden Crow's feet, swung it up, and smashed it toward the sword light. The sword light slashed down and blood burst out. The sky was filled with golden feathers dancing. One of the Golden Crow's ninth prince's wings was almost cut off. Although he was not cut off in the end, only half of his wing was left hanging on the ground. It was a terrible sight. "Lu Ming, I'll kill you." The ninth prince of the Golden Crow roared madly, like a little chick about to be slaughtered, flopping around in Lu Ming's hands. "I didn't cut you, so why are you shouting at me?" Lu Ming grinned and grabbed the injured wing of the ninth prince of the Golden Crow with his other hand. He tore it with force. The ninth prince of the Golden Crow gasped and let out a shrill scream. "Release him!" The sword hummed and the heaven's favorite from the Wilderness Sword sect stepped forward. His eyes were like swords, piercing toward Lu Ming. "You can do it, but be careful not to cut this sick bird," Lu Ming said. This heaven's favorite of the Wilderness Sword sect had extremely shocking combat strength. His cultivation had actually reached the great circle of the Bright Saint stage, which was much stronger than the ninth prince of the Golden Crow and the others. Buzz! With a sword cry, the combat sword on the back of the Wilderness Sword sect swordsman was unsheathed. It was an iron sword. The iron sword crossed the sky and slashed down at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw the ninth prince of the Golden Crow at him. The swordsman of the Wilderness Sword sect narrowed his eyes and put away his iron sword. He slapped out with his other hand, forming a huge palm print to block the ninth prince of the Golden Crow. "Desolate sword, kill that kid!" The ninth prince of the Golden Crow roared. "Retreat!" Huang Jian's words were simple. He returned to Huang Bing's side after saying one word. Lu Ming gave him a strong sense of pressure. He did not feel confident in facing Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, I'll remember this." The ninth prince of the Golden Crow cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and returned to Huang Bing's side. He was bathed in the divine sunfire and began to recover from his injuries. The heaven's favorite who was fighting with Mu Qing Xueqi also retreated. Wan Tianlong and the other paragons looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He could actually crush the ninth prince of the Golden Crow. The ninth prince of the Golden Crow was at the peak of the Bright Saint realm and was a divine beast. He was born with the control of the laws of the sun and had condensed the sun's superpower. His combat strength was definitely not weaker than theirs. However, he was beaten up miserably by Lu Ming. The four parties quieted down and waited for the battle between Huang Ling, Huang Bing, Huang Kong, and Huang Xian. The four of them glowed with brilliant light, forming images of phoenixes of different colors. They tried their best to resist the pressure of the jade stairs and slowly climbed up. Initially, the four of them were advancing at the same pace. However, not long after, Huang Xian was at a disadvantage and was overtaken by the other three. Huang Xian was unwilling to give up and tried her best to catch up, but the distance between her and the three people in front of her was getting further and further. In front of them, Huang Ling, Huang Kong, and Huang Bing were driving together. Huang Kong and Huang Bing's cultivation was profound. Both of them had reached the peak of the Bright Saint realm, while Huang Ling had just broken through to the upper tier of the Bright Saint realm. However, Huang Ling's spiritual body was of a higher level, so the three of them were able to advance side by side. Fighting the four great geniuses alone. Bang! 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 The three of them climbed up step by step. With every step they took, the jade stairs made a clattering sound. The cries of phoenixes kept coming out from the three of them. Huang Ling was completely bathed in the immortal flames, as if she was about to turn into an immortal phoenix. Gradually, Huang Ling started to take the lead and surpassed Huang Bing and Huang Kong. This made Huang Bing and Huang Kong's faces extremely gloomy. The two of them were unwilling. Were they going to lose to Huang Ling? The heart of the parasol tree was going to be taken by Huang Ling? They were well aware of this mission. It was also a test for them by the higher-ups of the Phoenix Palace, and the Palace Master would pay attention to it. Whoever won would be more important than the other holy sons and holy daughters, and would receive more resources in the future. Only then would they have the capital to challenge the stronger holy sons and holy virgins. A powerful force like the Phoenix Palace had too many paragons. There were saintesses and sons in every generation. How many heaven's favorites are there? If he wanted to stand at the top and compete for the position of the Phoenix Palace Master, he had to suppress all the other paragons. Now, if the 7 bright saints still couldn't win, they were destined to be reduced to mere sidekicks in the future. They couldn't compete for the position of palace master, unless he could obtain a heaven-defying opportunity later on. Time passed by slowly. Huang Ling's advantage became more and more obvious, and she was getting closer and closer to the peak. The ninth prince of the Golden Crow, Wan Tianlong, Huang Jian, and the other top talents all looked pale. After all, they were Huang Kong and Huang Bing had invited them to help them. Naturally, they wanted to help them win the first place. This way they would have some face. Huang Kong and Huang Bing looked at each other, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in their eyes. Let's join forces. Let's knock the phoenix spirit down first before we fight for it. How about it? Huang Kong sent a message to Huang Bing. Alright, that's what I was thinking. I'll send a message to Huang Jian and the others. Huang Bing nodded and sent a message to Huang Jian and the Golden Crow Prince. She planned to team up with Huang Kong to deal with Huang Ling first. At the same time, Huang Kong also sent a message to the 3 people he had invited. The eyes of the 9th Golden Crow Prince lit up and flashed with cold killing intent. Beside Huang Kong, Wan Tianlong and the rest also looked in Lu Ming's direction and nodded silently. Then in a flash, 6 paragons charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Not good. Huang Kong and Huang Bing are working together. They have to deal with Huang Ling first. Mu Qingxue cried out in alarm. It wasn't hard to guess the situation. Guard the phoenix spirit well. The 2 of you guard the left and right sides. I'll guard the bottom. Lu Ming said. He stood behind Huang Ling and looked down at the Golden Crow 9th Prince and the rest. Get down. The 9th Prince of the Golden Crow glanced at Lu Ming. In the end, he did not dare to fight and pounced on Qin Feng. The other heaven's favorite charged towards Mu Qingxue. As for Desolate Sword, Wan Tianlong and the other 3, they charged at Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming's combat strength was the strongest. As long as he got rid of Lu Ming first, the rest would be easy to handle. Buzz! The Desolate Sword's iron sword was unsheathed and it cut through the void, making a terrifying whistling sound as it slashed towards Lu Ming. At the same time, Wan Tianlong's body glowed with light as saint weapons emerged one after another. There were a total of 72 saint weapons, one of which was a great saint weapon. The chi of battle weapons gathered together, and it was extremely powerful as it charged towards Lu Ming. However, what made Lu Ming's eyes narrow was not Wan Tianlong, but another purple-robed youth. This person was actually the same as Huang Jian, also in the Great Circle of the Bright Saint stage. He was extremely powerful, and with a single palm strike, a terrifying giant snake pounced towards Lu Ming. 2 in the Great Circle of the Bright Saint stage and 2 in the peak of the Bright Saint stage. The 4 of them joined forces and their power was terrifying. They wanted to obliterate Lu Ming. When he was in the Azure continent, Lu Ming had tried his best. However, that was only for ordinary supreme saints. The 4 of them were not ordinary saints. They were all heaven's favorites with heavenly spiritual bodies. Their superpowers were more powerful and each of them could fight above their level. For example, Huang Jian and the purple-robed youth might be in the Great Circle of the Bright Saint stage, but their combat power was not weaker than that of the Azure Continent's Great Saint lower tier. In fact, they might even be stronger. Kill, die! Lu Ming roared and used the divine sword technique. Sword radiance shot out from his eyes continuously. Huang Jian and the other 3 shuddered, but Huang Jian and the purple-robed young man recovered in an instant. They continued to attack Lu Ming. Only Wan Tianlong and the other person were more affected. What a powerful soul force! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. These geniuses could not be judged by common sense. Not only were they powerful in combat, but their soul force was also stronger than ordinary people. Most of them had treasures that could defend their souls. Lu Ming's divine sword technique did not have much of an effect on them. Fight! Lu Ming cast the prison-suppressing heaven technique and struck out a few times. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming destroyed the Desolate Sword radiance and the purple-robed youth's attack, but his body could not help but sway. But immediately after, Huang Jian and the others launched an even more violent attack, all of which were superpowers. 30% of the spell's power. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Both the Desolate Sword and the purple-robed young man's supernatural powers had reached 30%. Their power was extremely terrifying and filled with destructive power. On the other hand, although Wan Tianlong and his partner were slightly weaker, they posed a certain threat to Lu Ming. Chaos Finger. It was the first time Lu Ming used the Chaos Finger of Tribulation. He pointed 4 fingers in a row. 4 giant fingers, the color of chaos and containing the power of destruction, pointed at the four people. Bang, 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 bang. The four attacks were instantly destroyed. Huang Jian and the purple-robed young man trembled and took a few steps back. As for Wan Tianlong and the other man, they were forced to retreat in a frenzy as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Although the primal chaos tribulation finger was only 18% complete, its power was even stronger than 30% of the sacred art cultivated from the laws. The law of chaos. Could he be the son of chaos? Desolate Sword's eyes were filled with shock as he recognized Lu Ming's law. So what if he's a son of chaos? He hasn't grown up yet. I'll still kill him. The young man in purple robe shouted. Purple light burst forth as he waved his hands continuously. Huge purple snakes pounced toward Lu Ming. The two of you, go and deal with Huang Ling, leave Lu Ming to us. Huang Jian said to Wan Tianlong and Wang Yan. All right. Wan Tianlong and Fang Ping nodded, planning to circle around Lu Ming and charge at Huang Ling. Stay here, die. Lu Ming bellowed as the space between his brows glowed. The Tai Chi disc array floated out, and the Tai Chi pattern emerged, turning into the yin-yang fish sword. It charged at Wan Tianlong and Huang Jian, blocking their path. At the same time, he used the chaotic finger of calamity to fight Huang Jian and the purple-robed young man. Lu Ming alone blocked the four paragons, preventing them from approaching the phoenix spirit. The others were shocked, especially Huang Kong and Huang Bing, who could not calm down. He had never seen Lu Ming before. Which force did he belong to? His combat strength was too terrifying. He was only at the initial bright saint realm, but his combat strength was simply heaven-defying. He could actually fight against four great geniuses, and the laws he controlled were suspected to be the legendary laws of chaos. Could it be that the son of chaos was really born? Huang Ling actually knew such a genius. Chapter 1753. One man guarding the pass. The crowd was shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength, while Qin Feng's eyes flickered with jealousy. Previously, Lu Ming had caused him to lose face in front of Huang Ling. Now, he was in the limelight and outshone all the other geniuses. This made him extremely jealous. He hated himself for not being the one in the limelight. Looks like this kid is interested in Huang Ling, and I'm afraid that Huang Ling has taken a fancy to this kid as well. Humph, I won't let you guys have your way. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. He was fighting with the 9th Prince of the Golden Crow. At this time, he deliberately trembled and retreated, exposing Huang Ling to the attack of the 9th Prince of the Golden Crow. Not good. Lu Ming and Mu Qingxue were both shocked. With Qin Feng's combat power, he should have no problem blocking the 9th Prince of the Golden Crow. But now, he was forced to retreat by the 9th Prince of the Golden Crow. This was not normal, but there was no time to think about it. Feng Ling, get down. The 9th Prince of the Golden Crow let out a long cry. His golden wings flapped out like blades toward Huang Ling. The phoenix spirit could not counterattack and could only defend passively. Boom! The unperishable flame on Huang Ling's body trembled violently as if it was about to be shattered. Her delicate body trembled and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face turned pale. Kill, die! The 9th Golden Crow Prince shouted. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he launched a violent attack at Huang Ling, phoenix spirit. Mu Qingxue was anxious, but she was entangled with her opponent and couldn't save him. You're looking for death. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. His body lit up with light spots and holy weapons appeared. One by one, the saint weapons and battle weapon cheese linked together and shot up into the sky like pillars of light. With a single thought, Lu Ming threw out a great saint weapon, which flew towards the 9th Prince of the Golden Crow with a terrifying whistling sound. The 9th Prince of the Golden Crow was shocked. He did not expect that Lu Ming would still have the energy to attack him when he was fighting against the four heavens favorites. He flapped his wings and a sun appeared, trying to block Lu Ming's sword radiance. However, it was useless. The sword directly pierced through the sun and one of the 9th Prince's wings. The terrifying power made him retreat and almost tore off one of his wings. The 10,000 Soldiers Scroll. How do you know the 10,000 Soldiers Scroll? Wan Tianlong cried out in disbelief. Huang Jian and the others were also shocked. Lu Ming actually knew the Wan family's 10,000 soldiers art. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long cry. One after another, holy weapons rained down on the 9th Prince of the Golden Crow like a storm. The 9th Prince of the Golden Crow fought back with all his might, But in the next moment, wounds appeared on his body. Golden feathers scattered in the air. Buzz! Lu Ming controlled the Tai Chi disc array. It emitted a bright light and suppressed the desolate sword. Huang Jian held his iron sword with both hands and fought against the Tai Chi formation. Chaos finger. Lu Ming's fingers flowed with the laws of chaos. He pointed his finger out and a huge finger formed. It was like the finger of a god, capable of destroying and suppressing everything. The chaotic finger of tribulation, which was at its peak, burst out at full force. The target of this finger was still the desolate sword. Huang Jian's eyes were serious. He growled, and his sword chi was wild. His entire body seemed to be covered in iron swords. Thump! The chaotic finger of tribulation touched the iron sword. Huang Jian's body trembled and he flew backward. He fell down the jade stairs with blood at the corner of his mouth. The others were shocked. Lu Ming was too powerful. He had injured the 9th Prince of the Golden Crow and the Baron's sword in succession. He was like an undefeatable god of war. The remaining few people could not help but retreat. They looked at Lu Ming grimly and stopped their attacks. Lu Ming, how did you manage to cultivate the 10,000 soldiers' art? Wan Tianlong glared at Lu Ming and barked coldly. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not answer. Legend has it that the laws of chaos are ever-changing and can be transformed into thousands of laws. Except for some king path laws and supreme laws, they can all be changed. It's not surprising that he has cultivated the 10,000 soldier scroll. Huang Jian said as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It seems like this person is really the son of chaos. The purple-robed youth said. His eyes filled with solemnness. Huang Bing, you're on your own now. We've tried our best. Huang Jian shook his head and sheathed his combat sword. He sat down and began to heal himself. The purple-robed young man's figure moved and he also floated back. It was obvious that he had given up on stopping Fengling. Lu Ming was too powerful and his combat strength was unparalleled. Even if so many of them joined forces, it would be useless. They had tried their best. They were only here to help, so they didn't need to risk their lives. Wan Tianlong's gaze was extremely cold. He swept a few glances at Lu Ming, then glided away. Collect! Lu Ming waved his hand and the holy weapons flew back into his body. The 9th Golden Crow Prince was in a miserable state. He was covered in blood and almost all of his golden feathers had fallen off. He had become a hairless crow. The others looked at the 9th Prince of the Golden Crow with a strange expression. They wanted to laugh, but they were too embarrassed to. Ah, Lu Ming, I want you to die. The 9th Prince of the Golden Crow let out a hysterical roar. This was a great humiliation. The Golden Crow tribe was known as the divine beasts of the sun. They were extremely proud and had once competed with the true dragon and phoenix in ancient times. They were definitely a top divine beast. However, as the crown prince of the Golden Crow tribe, he had been stripped naked by Lu Ming in front of everyone. This was a blatant humiliation. A sick bird still dares to be so arrogant. Looks like he'll have roasted bird meat to eat today. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at the 9th Prince of the Golden Crow with hostility. The 9th Prince of the Golden Crow was covered in cold air. He retreated in a frenzy, his eyes flashing with fear. A sick bird really doesn't have the guts. Hurry up and get lost. Shut up! Lu Ming shouted and stepped forward to Huang Ling's side. He glanced at Qin Feng coldly. Qin Feng's face darkened. At the same time, Huang Kong and Huang Bing's faces were extremely gloomy. Lu Ming's combat strength had far exceeded their expectations. It was impossible for them to force Huang Ling down. They could only rely on themselves. The cries of phoenixes continued to ring out as Huang Ling and the others continued to move forward. However, as time passed, Huang Ling's advantage grew. Her speed did not change, but Huang Kong and Huang Bing's speed became slower and slower. They could only watch as the phoenix spirit approached the peak. A few hours later, Huang Ling reached the top of the mountain. When Huang Ling stepped onto the mountain peak, a flaming phoenix let out a long cry and soared into the sky. Her aura rose sharply. I've broken through. Everyone was shocked. When she reached the top of the mountain, Huang Ling's cultivation had actually broken through a level. She had broken through from the upper tier of a bright saint to the peak of a bright saint. It seemed that this jade ladder was not only a trial and test for the disciples of Phoenix Palace, but also an opportunity. Huang Bing, Huang Kong, and Huang Xian stopped inside. They knew that they had lost the competition. Huang Ling's aura rose sharply. After a while, she retracted it. At this moment, some leaves fell from the ancient parasol tree and formed a phoenix. Huang Ling leaped onto the phoenix's back. The phoenix let out a long cry and flew straight up to the ancient parasol tree. The palace master of Phoenix Palace. Not long after, the phoenix spirit floated down from the ancient parasol tree. Feng Ling, how is it? Did you get the heart of the parasol tree? Lu Ming asked. Yes, I got it. Huang Ling nodded. That's great. Mu Qingxue jumped up in excitement. Huang Kong, Huang Bing, and the others were envious, but they were only envious. At this point they could no longer fight for it. This time, many big shots of the Phoenix Palace would be watching. The previous competition was nothing, but now that Feng Ling had obtained the heart of the Wutong tree, they would be punished if they fought again. Huang Ling, congratulations. Huang Bing smiled and congratulated Feng Ling. This time, Feng Ling had obtained the heart of the parasol tree. Coupled with her terrifying talent, her status in the Phoenix Palace would definitely be higher in the future. She might even be able to compete with those stronger geniuses in the future. Since she had already lost, she naturally had to build a good relationship with Feng Ling. Thanks for letting me win. Huang Ling also smiled. Humph, humph. Huang Kong snorted unhappily. He then stepped down and left without stopping. The expert he had hired also left with him. Sister Feng Ling, I'll take my leave first. Huang Bing smiled and left with Huang Jian and the others. Huang Xian and the others also left, leaving only the four of them. Feng Ling, congratulations. Through our hard work, we have finally helped you obtain the heart of the parasol tree. This trip was not in vain, Qin Feng said with a smile. Our efforts? Pfft, Qin Feng, you still have the face to say that? Did you deliberately let the ninth prince of the Golden Crow injure Huang Ling? Mu Qingxue said with a sullen face. Mu Qingxue, what do you mean by this? Did I go easy on him on purpose? If you don't have evidence, don't slander me. Qin Yang said. Humph, whether or not I've done it, I know it clearly in my heart. Mu Qingxue snorted coldly, then pulled Huang Ling's hand and said, Feng Ling, let's go. We don't have to bother with such a despicable person in the future. This kind of person is one-faced and two-faced. It's too dangerous to be too close to him. Huang Ling smiled and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, let's go. All right. Lu Ming nodded and walked side by side with Huang Ling and Mu Qingxue, heading back the way they had come. Lu Ming and Huang Ling did not even look at Qin Feng. Damn it! Qin Feng gritted his teeth, and his eyes flashed with viciousness. He then left as well. Not long after, they returned to the exit and stepped into the vortex, leaving the place. Feng Ling, congratulations on obtaining the heart of the parasol tree. The old man from earlier said with a smile as soon as Lu Ming and the rest came out. You're too polite, elder. Huang Ling bowed slightly. Feng Ling, the palace master wants to see you. I'll bring you there. The leading old man said. Palace master? Elder, Lu Ming also has something to discuss with the palace master. Can you bring him to see the palace master? Huang Ling's eyes lit up. Are you bringing him? I'll first report this to the palace master and see what he thinks. He said for the chief. Then I'll have to trouble you, elder. Huang Ling bowed. The first elder took out a jade voice transmission talisman and sent a message. After a while he smiled and said, The palace master has agreed to see him. Come with me. Lu Ming and Huang Ling followed after him, while Mu Qingxue went back alone. Not long after, they arrived at a grand hall. In the main hall, a beautiful woman in palace clothing sat. She had a kind expression and a faint smile. She did not emit any aura. However, when Lu Ming approached her, her heart could not help but beat wildly. The muscles in her body tensed up and even her soul trembled slightly. How terrifying! Lu Ming was extremely shocked. The other party's strength was definitely earth-shattering and had reached an unimaginable realm. As he approached, he did not emit any aura at all, but Lu Ming could already feel a terrifying pressure. Was this the Phoenix Palace's palace master? Without a doubt, this was an emperor-ranked figure. And even among emperor-ranked figures, he was extremely terrifying. We pay our respects to the palace master. The elder bowed respectfully. I, Feng Ling, pay my respects to the palace master. Huang Ling also bowed. Junior Lu Ming greets the palace master. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, N. The Phoenix Palace's palace lord nodded and said to the elder, "You may leave." Yes. That elder retreated. Then, the Phoenix Palace master looked at Fengling and smiled even wider. "Huangling, you're not bad. You didn't let me down. Thank you, Palace Master." However, it was all thanks to Lu Ming's help that Fengling was able to obtain the heart of the parasol tree this time. After saying that, Huangling took out a piece of wood core. There were phoenixes dancing on it. It was extremely mysterious. This was the heart of the Wutong tree. The Phoenix Palace's palace lord waved her hand and kept the heart of the Wutong tree. She said, "Huangling, if you have any questions about cultivation in the future, feel free to look for me." Then, he looked at Lu Ming and said, "Little fellow, I heard that you were looking for me. What's the matter?" "Palace Master, it's because of the evil spirit cult incident." Lu Ming said, "Evil spirit?" The Palace Master raised an eyebrow. "It's like this." Then, Lu Ming told them about how evil spirit had attacked the Azure region and killed Emperor Yun. In the end, he expressed that he wanted to ask Phoenix Palace to send experts to exterminate the evil spirit. The Phoenix Palace's palace lord frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "Little fellow, I'm afraid I can't agree to your request." "Palace Master, why is that?" Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. "And NBSP little fellow, I might as well tell you. Some time ago, we found traces of an evil spirit sect deputy sect leader in Ancient Moon Sanctuary." The Phoenix Palace's palace lord said, "Evil spirit's vice leader." Lu Ming and Huangling were shocked. It was said that the deputy patriarch of evil spirit was an unrivaled figure. No one had expected that such a figure would not die and would come out. So, during this period of time, I have to put my attention on evil spirit cult's vice sect leader. There's also another one. Now, in Ancient Moon Holy Land, all the major forces are deeply rooted and the competition is getting more and more intense. And according to what you said, there are at least 2 or 3 emperor-level figures in evil spirit cult and the DI family. If we want to annihilate the other party, the number of emperor-level powerhouses we send must be at least twice the number of the other party. This is the only way to ensure that we can annihilate the other party. Once the Phoenix Palace sends out so many emperor-level powerhouses, their own strength will be empty, giving other forces an opportunity to take advantage of it. Therefore, it's very difficult for me to agree to this condition. The Phoenix Palace's palace lord said. "I see." Lu Ming sighed. He knew that it would not be so easy to ask for help from Guyu Holy Land. These forces would first consider their own interests. If their strength was damaged, they would most likely not agree. As the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace had said, if Phoenix Palace sent out so many Emperor-level experts, Phoenix Palace's strength would be weakened, giving other forces an opportunity to take advantage of it. And NBSP, there were many powerful factions in Ancient Moon Holy Land, and the competition between them was extremely intense. Each faction had their eyes on one another, and under such conditions, they could not make a single mistake. Chapter 1755. Coming to the door, Lu Ming sighed in his heart. It seemed that it was better to rely on oneself than on others. As long as he was strong, there was no need to ask for help from others. "Master, please be patient for a while. When I'm strong enough, I'll definitely come back to save you." Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. "Little guy, change your condition. I'll try my best to satisfy what I can." The Palace Master of Phoenix Palace seemed to feel a little apologetic and continued. Lu Ming composed himself and had an idea. He said, "Palace Master, I've killed a few assassins from the 1,000 Kills mansion, and I have the killer's mark on my body. Can Senior help me remove it?" With the mark of the 1,000 Kill mansion on his body, he would be sensed by the other party within a certain range. If he met someone from the 1,000 Kill mansion again, he would definitely be annoyed and have to be on guard against being assassinated every day. "This is easy." The Palace Master waved his hand and a ray of light enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a warm sensation all over his body. Then, he saw a wisp of gray airflow emerging from Lu Ming's body. It was constantly twisting and it was very strange. This was the slaughter mark. The Phoenix Palace's Palace Master squeezed it gently, and the slaughter mark turned into ashes. "All right, the mark of slaughter has been removed. Also, you've helped Fengling a lot this time by helping her obtain the heart of the parasol tree. You're now a friend of the Phoenix Palace, so you can stay here for a while. You're free to enter some of the cultivation sanctuaries in the Phoenix Palace." The Phoenix Palace's palace lord smiled. Many thanks, Palace Master. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked him. Although the other party did not agree to send experts to annihilate evil spirits' remnants, the other party was an overlord and an emperor-level expert. Lu Ming could not continue to ask. You can leave now. Let Huang Ling take you around. The Palace Master said. After that, Lu Ming bade farewell to Huang Ling and left. Lu Ming, I'm sorry. On the way back, Huang Ling said in embarrassment. Nothing much. I can understand that you need to consider the Phoenix Palace as well. Lu Ming said with a smile. He knew that Huang Ling was referring to the fact that the Phoenix Palace Master had not sent any experts to help. Lu Ming, there are some good cultivation sanctuaries in the Phoenix Palace. I'll show you around in a few days. You can stay in the Phoenix Palace for a while, said Huang Ling. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them chatted for a while before they went their separate ways. Lu Ming returned to his residence. After returning to the courtyard, Lu Ming released Bubbles and let her play nearby while he went into seclusion to cultivate. A few days passed by in a flash. On this day, two forces arrived at the Phoenix Palace. These two forces were the Golden Crow tribe and the Wan family. An emperor-to-be from Phoenix Palace welcomed him. I wonder why the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan have come to the Phoenix Palace? The emperor-to-be of the Phoenix Palace asked. It's simple. The Wan family is here to ask for a person from Phoenix Palace, said an elder from the Wan family. Behind him stood a few burly middle-aged men and a few young men. One of them was Wan Tianlong. The Golden Crow tribe also wants a person from the Phoenix Palace. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man in a golden robe. His eyes were cold and his aura was overbearing. Behind this middle-aged man were a few other people. Among them were a few young men, the 9th prince of the Golden Crow. Phoenix Palace's emperor-to-be's face darkened and said, What a joke. You two came to my Phoenix Palace to ask for her. Don't be angry, Brother Huang. The person that the Wan family wants is not a disciple of the Phoenix Palace, but a young man named Lu Ming. He is currently living in the Phoenix Palace. The old man from the Wan family said. Lu Ming? The emperor-to-be of the Phoenix Palace frowned. He knew that there was a young man named Lu Ming who lived in the Phoenix Palace. However, this was an order from the master of the Phoenix Palace and he was a guest of the Phoenix Palace. The person that the Golden Crow clan wants is also this person, Lu Ming. The middle-aged man from the Golden Crow race said coldly. Everyone, I'm afraid we can't do that. Lu Ming is a guest of the Phoenix Palace. Since he's here, we must ensure his safety. The emperor-to-be of Phoenix Palace said. Brother Huang, you'd better consider this carefully. The Wan family is determined to get Lu Ming. This person has cultivated the Wan family's 10,000 soldiers art. The Wan family will not allow this to happen. The old man of the Wan family said coldly. There's no room for discussion on this matter. I've already said that since Lu Ming is a guest at the Phoenix Palace, he's a guest of the Phoenix Palace. If the Phoenix Palace hands Lu Ming over to you, what will others think of us? Everyone, please return. Phoenix Palace's emperor-to-be said with a tough attitude. The Wan family and the Golden Crow clan's faces turned cold. They did not expect that the Phoenix Palace would protect Lu Ming and refuse to hand him over. However, the Wan family master had instructed that Lu Ming could not be allowed to live. The 10,000 soldiers' art must not be cultivated by outsiders. Lu Ming, get out here. At this moment, the Wan family's elder suddenly roared. His voice rumbled and spread throughout the entire Phoenix Palace. Impudent! What are you doing? Phoenix Palace's emperor-to-be's expression changed and he shouted. The other party was too presumptuous. He was actually shouting in Phoenix Palace. At that moment, most of the people in Phoenix Palace were alarmed. Lu Ming was cultivating when he was awakened by the loud roar. Who is it? Lu Ming's eyes darkened as he looked in the direction of the sound. He then rose into the air and flew in that direction at top speed. Not long after, a large hole appeared in front of them. Buzz! Buzz! And NBSP whoosh! At this moment, many figures were flying over. Lu Ming! A delicate voice rang out. It was Huang Ling. She had also appeared here. Lu Ming, the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan are here. They want the Phoenix Palace to hand you over. Huang Ling hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. The Wan family and the Golden Crow clan. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he strode toward the main hall. As he neared the main hall, he saw two groups of people standing in the air outside the main hall. They were the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan. He is Lu Ming. Wan Tianlong pointed at Lu Ming. The people from the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan looked at Lu Ming in unison. Boy, you're Lu Ming. Now, follow me back to the Wan family. The Wan family has something to tell you. The old man of the Wan family said coldly, in a commanding tone. It was as if Lu Ming had to do as he was told. I have nothing to explain to the Wan family. Besides, I'm living very well in the Phoenix Palace. I'm not interested in going to the Wan family with you, Lu Ming said. The old man from the Wan family's face darkened, and a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Kid, don't play dumb here. You've cultivated the Wan family's 10,000 soldiers' art. You must give us an explanation for this. Outsiders are not allowed to cultivate the 10,000 soldiers' art. If you destroy your cultivation now, the Wan family will not pursue this matter. Hee, so it's because of this. Then, why has your Golden Crow clan come to find me? Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the Golden Crow tribe. You must be punished for insulting the Golden Crow race. The middle-aged man from the Golden Crow clan replied simply. Ha ha ha, this is ridiculous. This is the biggest joke in the world. Lu Ming could not stop laughing. The battle in a month, kid. What did you say? The Wan family's elder's eyes gleamed even more sharply. The eyes of the middle-aged man from the Golden Crow clan turned golden and revealed his sharp edge. First of all, let me ask you, other than the 10,000 soldiers scroll, do you practice any other martial arts techniques and cultivation methods? Lu Ming's voice was powerful and fearless. Nonsense. I'll cultivate naturally. The old man from the Wan family said. Since you're cultivating it, are the cultivation techniques and martial techniques of the Wan family created by the Wan family? Isn't it just to seize the others? The 10,000 soldier scroll that I'm cultivating is something that I've taken from someone from the Wan family who tried to kill me in the 100 clan battlefield. This is my trophy. If the Wan family can cultivate other people's cultivation techniques and martial techniques, why can't I? Lu Ming's clear voice spread throughout the entire area, leaving the Wan family speechless. If they could cultivate other people's cultivation methods and martial arts techniques, why could Lu Ming not cultivate the Wan family's 10,000 soldiers' art? And all of you, you're here for the 9th prince of the Golden Crow, right? That's even more ridiculous. He was defeated in a battle of the same generation, but he still came to find me. In that case, you Golden Crows shouldn't come out anymore. Otherwise, if you're defeated by others, all the older ones will go and ask for him. Lu Ming looked at the people of the Golden Crow clan, causing the 9th prince's face to turn red. I can defeat you, but you shouldn't humiliate the crown prince of the Golden Crow clan. The middle-aged Golden Crow raceman's gaze turned even colder. What a humiliation! What a joke! All I did was to strip him of his fur. In a great battle, weapons have no eyes. How could I control them so well? Lu Ming said. You're quibbling. Today, you must come with me to the Golden Crow race. The middle-aged man from the Golden Crow race said in a domineering manner. That's right. No matter how glib your tongue is, it's useless. Let me tell you, I don't care about other cultivation methods or martial arts techniques, but you can't cultivate the 10,000 soldier scroll. You must abolish it. The old man from the Wan clan spoke in an even more overbearing manner. Hee, goodbye. Lu Ming sneered. He could not be bothered to waste his breath and turned to leave. The Wan family and the Golden Crow race were simply unreasonable, so why did he need to say anything? If you want to leave, then stay, die. The elder of the Wan family shouted. A terrifying aura burst out of his body. It was the aura of an emperor-to-be, and it was extremely powerful. It pressed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt an irresistible pressure pressing on him, as if he was going to explode. Enough! The emperor-to-be of the Phoenix Palace was displeased. With a wave of his hand, a powerful aura rushed out and blocked the aura of the Wan family's elder. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. The emperor-to-be was too strong for him to resist. This is the Phoenix Palace. You've gone too far. The emperor-to-be of Phoenix Palace said coldly. In the air, a few more elders of the Phoenix Palace descended from the sky, staring at the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan with unfriendly eyes. Is the Phoenix Palace really going to offend the Wan family and the Golden Crow tribe because of Lu Ming? The old man from the Wan family said in a deep voice. Lu Ming is a guest of the Phoenix Palace. Since he's a guest of the Phoenix Palace, I can't let you take him away.
The attitude of the emperor-to-be of Phoenix Palace also became stronger.
The Wan family and the Golden Crow race had ugly expressions. Humph, Lu Ming. Hide in the Phoenix Palace for the rest of your life if you can. A young man from the Wan family spoke.
This person was dressed in a purple and gold robe and was filled with a noble aura.
His aura was even more extraordinary than Wan Tianlong's. What a joke. What else can the Wan family rely on other than the elders? If they are of the same generation as me, I will suppress them all. Lu Ming responded strongly. You're too arrogant. Fine, I'll challenge you now. If you lose, you'll have to destroy your cultivation. Do you dare to fight me? The young man from the Wan family spoke, his eyes filled with coldness. Lu Ming, don't agree to it. This person's name is Wan Tianbing.
He has a medium-grade heavenly spiritual body, and his cultivation has already reached the great circle of the bright saint stage.
He's many times stronger than Wan Tianlong. Huang Ling hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Wan Tianbing was very famous among the younger generation of the ancient Moon Holy Land. There were not many middle-grade heaven spiritual bodies in the entire ancient Moon Holy Land. A medium-grade heavenly spiritual body? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. All right, I'll accept the challenge. But I'm afraid that if I defeat you, a bunch of old men from the Wan family will come out and find trouble with me. Don't worry. If you win, the Wan family won't ask you about your cultivation of the 10,000 soldiers scroll. The elder of the Wan family spoke, as if he had great confidence in Wan Tianbing. All right. Then, Lu Ming looked at the Golden Crow tribe and said, what about you guys? Do you want to challenge me? I'll accept all of you. I'll fight you. A young man walked out from the side of the Golden Crow's 9th prince with an arrogant look on his face. Lu Ming. This man is the 6th prince of the Golden Crow. His strength and talent are not inferior to Wan Tianbing's. Huang Ling quickly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. All right, you and that Wan Tianbing will attack together. I'm too lazy to fight them one by one. Well, deal with them together. Lu Ming said. Everyone was dumbfounded by his words. Lu Ming was going to fight the 6th prince of the Golden Crow and Wan Tianbing at the same time? One had to know that the 6th prince of the Golden Crow and Wan Tianbing were famous prodigies among the younger generation of the ancient Moon Holy Land. They were existences with medium-grade heaven spiritual bodies and were almost invincible in a battle of the same level. Lu Ming was actually going to fight 2 people at the same time. Haha, arrogant, he's really arrogant. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen such an arrogant person. Wan Tianbing laughed, full of mockery. Nonsense. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Just say it. If you don't dare to fight, then get lost. Lu Ming berated. Fine, since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. 6th prince, what about you? Wan Tianbing said coldly as he looked at the 6th prince of the Golden Crow. He's the one who's looking for death, so we naturally have to fulfill his wish. Anyway, so many people have seen it, so they won't say that we're bullying the few with numbers. The 6th prince's eyes were cold. All right, but I'll decide on the time. Lu Ming said. You decide the time. If you set it 100 years or 1,000 years later, how are we going to compete? Wan Tianbing sneered. How about the battle at Phoenix Lake in a month? Lu Ming said. A month later? All right, I agree. I also agree. Wan Tiancheng and the 6th prince of the Golden Crow spoke one after another. In a month's time, could Lu Ming turn the tables? Moreover, they had joined forces. Lu Ming did not have the slightest hope. They had heard about Lu Ming's performance in the Phoenix's nest. However, they were medium-grade heavenly spiritual bodies and their cultivation had reached the great circle of the bright saint stage. Their supernatural powers were powerful and they could easily crush the heavens' favorites of the same level, such as Huang Jian. Therefore, they did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. They were confident that they could suppress Lu Ming alone, let alone the 2 of them. Since Lu Ming was hiding in the Phoenix Palace and refused to come out, he would use the challenge to kill him. A month from now, the battle at Phoenix Lake will begin. Everyone, please. Lu Ming waved his sleeves, turned around, and left. The Wan family and the Golden Crow clan had also left. However, they still sent people to monitor the Phoenix Palace, afraid that Lu Ming would sneak away. Chapter 1757 Divine Art Jade Wall. Great Mastery of Bright Saint Lu Ming. You're too impulsive. They can't do anything to you if you stay in Phoenix Palace. Huang Ling caught up to Lu Ming and asked worriedly. It's fine. My cultivation is about to break through. I might be able to fight. Lu Ming said. After such a long period of cultivation, Lu Ming's cultivation level was already very close to the upper tier of the Bright Saint realm. He would be able to enter the upper tier of the Bright Saint realm in a short period of time. Once he entered the great mastery of the Bright Saint realm, his combat strength would increase by another level. This was the reason why he had suggested a battle a month later. A month was enough for him to break through. Oh, I see. Lu Ming, it'll bring you to a place that might give you a better chance in a month. Lu Ming said. Said Huang Ling, what place? The Divine Power Jade Wall is a sacred cultivation ground in the Phoenix Palace. It can help people cultivate divine powers, but everyone only has one chance in their lives. It depends on one's comprehension. The higher one's comprehension is, the greater the harvest, said Huang Ling. Divine Ability Jade Wall. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, Huang Ling brought Lu Ming to a huge cave. The entrance of the cave was guarded by experts from the Phoenix Palace. However, the palace master of the Phoenix Palace had once said that Lu Ming could enter some sacred grounds to cultivate. Naturally, there were no obstacles and he entered smoothly. Inside the cave was a huge stone room. On one side of the stone room was a huge jade wall that was more than 100 meters in length and width. The jade wall was as smooth as a mirror and could reflect a person's image. This is the Divine Ability Jade Wall. Lu Ming, use your divine ability and bombard this jade wall. That'll do, said Huang Ling. All right. Lu Ming nodded and sat down cross-legged. He activated the Chaos Finger of Tribulation and pointed at the Abijna Jade with one finger. Lu Ming did not hold back. Huang Ling had told him very clearly that this Divine Power Jade Wall was extremely wondrous. No divine power could damage the Jade Wall at all. As expected, when the Chaos Tribulation Finger touched the Divine Ability Jade Wall, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It disappeared immediately. In the next moment, Lu Ming realized that the Divine Ability Jade Wall was emitting a dazzling radiance. It was as if a terrifying force was acting on Lu Ming's body, pulling him towards the Jade Wall. Lu Ming's body sank into the Jade Wall and disappeared. Lu Ming seemed to have passed through layers of void and arrived in the universe. Boom! All of a sudden, the starry sky rumbled. A huge finger formed. It was shrouded in the color of chaos and was larger than a star. It pointed at Lu Ming. Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. Lu Ming's heart trembled. However, the Chaos Finger Tribulation was too powerful and mysterious. It was tens or even hundreds of times more powerful than the one Lu Ming had cast. It can actually increase the power of my divine art by so many times. Amazing, truly amazing. Lu Ming sighed in his heart, his eyes fixed on the Finger of Calamity of Chaos. Boom! The Chaos Tribulation Finger landed on Lu Ming's body. There was a loud explosion in his mind. It was as if a huge Chaos Tribulation Finger had appeared in his mind. Lu Ming could not help but close his eyes and focus on comprehending the Chaos Finger of Calamity. Time flew by, day after day. In the blink of an eye, 25 days had passed. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and realized that he was still sitting cross-legged on the Abijna Jade Wall. Beside him, Huang Ling was also sitting there, clearly waiting for him. Lu Ming, you're awake. I didn't expect that you would be able to comprehend it for 25 days. Huang Ling blinked her eyes in surprise. Has it been 25 days? Lu Ming muttered. That's right. Other people usually wake up within 10 days when they come to the Divine Ability Jade Wall. I only woke up within 20 days. I didn't expect you to wake up 5 more days than me. How is it? How's the effect? Huang Ling asked. Not bad. Furthermore, I've also made a breakthrough in my cultivation without realizing it. Lu Ming smiled. He realized that while he was quietly comprehending the Chaos Finger Tribulation, he had made a breakthrough and reached the great mastery of the Bright Saint stage. The true Divine Power Jade Wall is truly wondrous. It's a pity that one only has one chance in his life. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. And NBSP, after 25 days of comprehension, his primal Chaos Tribulation Finger had increased from 18% to 33%, a full 15%. It was extremely difficult to improve a sacred art. It required a lot of time to understand it,
especially in the later stages. Many of the older generation and absolute saints would take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to increase their cultivation by 10%.
As for the primal chaos tribulation finger, it was even more difficult to level it up. It was several times more difficult than ordinary divine power techniques with nomological laws as the foundation. It would save Lu Ming a lot of time if he could increase the level by 15%. However, everyone only had one chance to use the divine power jade wall. It would be ineffective the second time. Otherwise, it would be heaven-defying. Are you confident in dealing with the sixth prince of the Golden Crow and the 10,000 celestial soldiers? Huang Ling asked.
Of course. Why are you so concerned about me?
Lu Ming smiled. You're my friend. Of course I care. Huang Ling's face turned red. Then he walked out. Lu Ming smiled and followed Huang Ling out of the cave. He then returned to his residence.
There were still 5 days left for him to consolidate his cultivation and cultivate the 10,000 soldiers scroll.
With the increase in his cultivation, he could seal even more saint weapons. Lu Ming took out a great holy weapon and started to seal it. In a secret chamber of the Wan family, Wan Tianbing was also sealing his saint weapon. The only difference was that he wasn't sealing a great saint weapon, but an absolute saint weapon. His entire body glowed, and a spot of light was extremely resplendent. Beside him, an old man sat cross-legged, emitting a terrifying aura. This person was an emperor-level expert. An absolute saint weapon floated in the elder's hand. He was helping the 10,000 celestial soldiers seal the weapon. The celestial soldiers couldn't seal an absolute saint weapon at all. Their bodies would be torn apart by the weapon chi. But with the help of an emperor, it was a different story. Emperor-level experts could help him consolidate his acupoints and help him seal ultimate holy weapons. 2 days later, the 10,000 celestial weapon was successfully sealed into a holy weapon. Although I've successfully sealed the divine weapon for you, the absolute saint weapon is too powerful. You can't use it for too long, or it'll be harmful to your body. You have to use it carefully. The emperor-level old man instructed.
Yes, ancestor.
Wan Tianbing bowed and acknowledged, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Lu Ming was dead for sure this time. He had no chance at all. At the same time, the sixth prince of the Golden Crow was also undergoing some sort of secret training. This time, the news of Lu Ming's battle with the sixth prince of the Golden Crow and Wan Tianbing had spread throughout the entire ancient Moon Holy Land. The cause and effect had also been dug out by people, and the news was spreading like wildfire. Many people were paying attention to it. Lu Ming had cultivated the Wan family's 10,000 soldiers' art. Lu Ming had stripped the ninth prince of the Golden Crow of all his feathers. This was the cause of the conflict. Therefore, the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan paid special attention to this. They could only win, they could not lose. A few days later, the appointed day arrived. Meeting Long Chen again, the mountain where Phoenix Palace was located was called Phoenix Mountain. On the edge of Phoenix Mountain, there was a lake called Phoenix Lake. On this day, Phoenix Lake was already packed with people since early in the morning. Someone challenged 2 of the most outstanding geniuses from the 2 major forces of Gu Yu Holy Land. This made many people very curious. Who was so bold to challenge 2 geniuses at the same time? How strong was this person? Many young sovereigns and even many older figures were very curious. They gathered around the Phoenix Lake, waiting for the battle to begin. The people from Phoenix Palace are here. Someone shouted. Many people looked in the direction of the Phoenix Palace and saw a group of people walking in the air. Most of them were young people, but there were also some older figures who had deep auras. Which one of you is Lu Ming? Someone asked. The black-robed young man standing beside Huang Ling is Lu Ming.
Oh, it seems that his cultivation base is not very deep. Only in the great achievement of the sacred brightness realm.
He actually dared to fight the sixth prince of the Golden Crow and Wan Tianbing. He is really bold. Someone said.
There were elders here with extremely high cultivation. There were even emperor-to-be figures.
Although Lu Ming had used the illusionary breath technique to hide his cultivation, the difference in cultivation was too great and he would still be seen through. What? Only at the great mastery of the Bright Saint stage? That's right. But I heard rumors that Lu Ming is very likely to be the son of chaos. What? The son of chaos? Really? The son of chaos? One of the sons of heaven? It's very likely to be true. Otherwise, How could he have cultivated the Wan family's 10,000 soldiers' art? However, even if he's the son of chaos or the other sons of God, they only represent potential. Before they have grown up, they will still be killed by others. The moment Lu Ming and the rest arrived, it caused a heated discussion. It could be seen that during this period of time, the battle was very popular. There were various rumors about Lu Ming's identity. Lu Ming, all the best. I believe that you will definitely win. Huang Ling cheered Lu Ming on. Lu Ming smiled and descended from the sky. He landed on Phoenix Lake and stood on the surface of the lake, waiting quietly. Sila! At this moment, the sky in the distance was illuminated by bolts of lightning. The bolts of lightning seemed to split the sky into pieces. Then, when the lightning disappeared, there was a group of people on Phoenix Lake. The people of the Thunder God sect have arrived. Someone muttered. The Thunder God sect was a powerful force in the ancient Moon Holy Land, and there were also experts who came to watch. Lu Ming, I hope that you will win this battle. A young man in the Thunder God sect said. His voice spread throughout the entire area. Brother Yi, after I win, you and I will go and have a drink. Lu Ming said with a smile. The young man who had just spoken was Yi Dongfang. This attracted the attention of many people. Lu Ming was also familiar with the prodigy of the Thunder God sect? You're delusional. You have no chance of winning. A cold voice sounded, and a group of people with noble auras stepped through the air. The experts of the Wan family had arrived. There were many people from the Wan family. There were young geniuses and also figures from the older generation. They were all experts. Among them, Wan Tianbing stepped down from the sky and landed on the lake, standing opposite Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I could have killed you by myself, but you're just asking for it. You want to fight me and the sixth prince of the Golden Crow. I'll let you die in peace. Wan Tianbing sneered. Strength is not something that can be said with words. Lu Ming said indifferently. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the sky rumbled as if a giant beast was trampling on the void. In fact, that was the case. 9 100-meter-tall statues with jade-like bodies pulled a huge chariot, crushing the void. Ow! 9 100-meter-tall giant statues stopped not far away, giving people a strong visual impact. The people of the Divine Elephant sect have also come. Someone said with a serious expression. There were many powerful forces in ancient Moon Holy Land, but there were also strong and weak ones. Divine Elephant sect was an extremely powerful force. Lu Ming's gaze also shifted to the chariot. If he remembered correctly, Long Chen had been rescued by a terrifying expert of the Divine Elephant sect. At this moment, a group of people stepped out of the chariot. There were not many of them, only a dozen or so. The person in the lead was a young man with an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were like lightning, and he had a domineering aura. Long Chen. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He did not expect to see Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes swept across the room and he smiled when he saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming, long time no see, said Long Chen. His voice was deep, but there was a hint of excitement in it. He and Lu Ming both came from the Divine Wilderness continent. Now that they were far away in a foreign land, it was inevitable that they would be excited to reunite with old friends. It's been a long time indeed. Long Chen, we'll catch up after this battle. Lu Ming smiled. Long Chen nodded and led the people of the Divine Elephant sect to the side. Did Lu Ming know the people from the Divine Elephant sect? Many people were shocked. Lu Ming knew quite a lot of people. At this moment, a sword light broke through the sky. The experts from the Wilderness Sword sect had arrived. Then, the experts from the Celestial Bird Palace and the Earth sect also arrived. All of them were powerful forces from the Holy Lands. Most of the powerful forces had probably come because they had heard the rumors about the Son of Chaos. Gah! Gah! At this moment, ear-piercing cries were heard. In the distance, dozens of golden rays of light shot towards them. They were dozens of three-legged golden crows. The Golden Crow clan had arrived. Dozens of three-legged golden crows hovered in the sky above Phoenix Lake. Their bodies were covered in golden solar fire, and it was as if dozens of suns had appeared in the sky. Buzz! One of the three-legged golden crows flapped its wings and landed on the Phoenix Lake. It stood side by side with the celestial soldiers and stared at Lu Ming with its golden eyes that glowed coldly. It was the sixth prince of the Golden Crow. Wan Tianbing, leave this guy to me. The sixth prince of the Golden Crow's cold and arrogant voice sounded. Leave it to you? Wan Tianbing's eyes narrowed. That's right. I can kill Lu Ming alone.
The voice of the sixth prince of the Golden Crow was heard.
Then he flapped his wings and flew toward Lu Ming like a golden ray of light. The wings flapped and the divine Helios fire cut through the void like a blade, slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step on the surface of the lake and charged toward the sixth prince of the Golden Crow like a bolt of lightning. His palm was like a blade as he slashed out. Instantly, the flaming blades shattered. Lu Ming's palm did not stop and collided with the wings of the sixth prince of the Golden Crow. Bang! It was as if two giant mountains had collided, creating a terrible shock. The powerful force immediately caused thousands of waves in Phoenix Lake. Kill! Great Sun, destroy the world! The sixth prince of the Golden Crow shouted. The fire of the great sun burned all over his body, and even the space was distorted. His body shrank into a ball, as if he had really turned into a sun, and he smashed it toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's chaos laws circulated all over his body as he used the prison-suppressing heavenly art. He turned his palm into a fist and punched out continuously. Each punch seemed to have a prison-suppressing steel. Intense battle between two heaven's favorites. Thump, thump, thump. Terrifying collisions rang out continuously. The two of them collided for over 100 times in a row, and the sixth prince of the Golden Crow flew far away like a ball. He spread his wings and flapped them a few times before he stopped. This Lu Ming is so powerful. His entire body is covered in a layer of chaotic light. He's not afraid of the Golden Crow clan's divine sunfire at all. The laws of chaos. It's really the laws of chaos. Lu Ming is really the son of chaos. One of the sons of heaven, the son of chaos, actually appeared in the ancient Moon Holy Land. I heard that in Heaven Emperor City, the son of death and the son of eternity, who are also sons of heaven, also appeared. It's not just the son of heaven. Many king physiques have also appeared in Heavenly Emperor City. It's too shocking. A great era has descended. The era of the clash of philosophers and the struggle between the kings is coming. In the surroundings, many of the older generation sighed. You alone are not enough. 10,000 celestial soldiers, come at me together. Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. As you wish. Wan Tianbing said coldly. Spots of light lit up all over his body, and saint weapons flew out. There were more than 100 pieces in total. Among them, there were 3 great saint weapons. Wan Tianbing held a great saint weapon in his hand. The chi of the weapon converged, and the sharp aura stirred up a terrible sword mark in the Phoenix Lake. Baz! Wan Tianbing's body was surrounded by holy weapons as he charged toward Lu Ming. The sword radiance was shocking as it slashed toward Lu Ming's vital parts. Die! The sixth prince of the Golden Crow let out a long cry. He flapped his wings and charged toward Lu Ming like a golden ray of light. Before he even reached Lu Ming, the scorching hot divine sunfire was already heading toward him. At the same time, the 3-legged Golden Crow's claws were extremely sharp as it clawed at Lu Ming. The 3-legged Golden Crow's third claw was extremely terrifying. It was said to be indestructible and could crush holy weapons. Chaos Finger. Lu Ming pointed out 2 fingers in a row, using 20% of the power of the chaotic tribulation finger. 2 huge fingers formed and pointed at the sixth prince of the Golden Crow and Wan Tianbing. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud bangs, Wan Tianbing and the sixth prince of the Golden Crow trembled and glided backward, leaving 2 terrifying waves of air in the air. Many people gasped. Lu Ming was so powerful. He was fighting 2 people alone and could actually force Wan Tianbing and the sixth prince of the Golden Crow into a disadvantageous position. It was too shocking. The most important thing was that Lu Ming's cultivation was only in the great circle of the Bright Saint stage, while Wan Tianbing and the sixth prince of the Golden Crow were already in the great circle of the Bright Saint stage and were 1 step away from the Great Saint stage. Even with his high cultivation, he was still no match. The Wan family of the Golden Crow clan had ugly expressions. As expected of the Son of Chaos. His combat strength is too shocking. In a battle of the same level, no one can match him except for the other sons and kings. An old man exclaimed in surprise. Many of the young heaven's favorites were pale. This level of combat strength was much stronger than theirs. Kill! Kill! Wan Tianbing and the sixth prince of the Golden Crow roared. They could not lose this battle. More light spots lit up on Wan Tianbing's body, and more holy weapons flew out, making him even stronger. A sun really did appear above the Golden Crow's sixth prince's head.
It shone with boundless light and exuded a terrifying power. "Be destroyed under my sun, die!" The sixth prince of the Golden Crow roared. The sun came straight for Lu Ming, as if it was a real sun that was going to burn Lu Ming. This was the sixth prince of the Golden Crow's divine power, and its power had reached 40%. The power of a sacred art at 40% completion was absolutely terrifying. Once this move was used, no matter how many ordinary Great Circle Bright Saints came, they would all die and be burned to ashes. Ordinary Great Saints, if their superpower technique was not well practiced, would also have to retreat and not dare to take it head-on. Chaos Finger. The laws of chaos circulated on Lu Ming's body and he pointed his finger. The laws of chaos in the world were being controlled. Endless energy gathered at Lu Ming's finger. The energy within a 100-mile radius seemed to have been sucked dry in an instant. A huge finger, like the finger of a god, was pointed at the Golden Crow's sixth crown prince. His finger collided with the scorching sun in the air. At this moment, a dazzling light burst out in the sky, making it so that people couldn't open their eyes. Some of the weaker cultivators even shed tears from the light. Boom! Then, there was an explosion like the explosion of a sun. The chaotic finger of tribulation continued to strike forward and heavily hit the body of the sixth Golden Crow prince. The sixth prince of the Golden Crow let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was sent flying far away. His blood splattered across the Phoenix Lake, and golden feathers filled the sky. The sixth prince of the Golden Crow was severely injured. Just as Lu Ming pointed with the finger of tribulation of chaos, he stepped into the void, surrounded by his holy weapon, and rushed toward Wan Tianbing. 10,000 celestial soldiers charged at Lu Ming as well. Both of them used the 10,000 soldiers' art. Their battle soldier chi gathered and collided fiercely with each other. A beam of battle soldier chi shot up into the sky like a pillar of light, reflecting the light from the exploding sun. "Kill, die!" Lu Ming shouted. The divine sword technique burst out and two sword gleams shot out from his eyes. Although geniuses like Wan Tianbing had very powerful soul power and had soul-protecting treasures, Lu Ming's cultivation had improved and his soul power had become stronger. He would still have an impact on his opponent. Wan Tianbing's eyes showed a trace of pain as he thrust the divine sword technique. Buzz! Lu Ming wielded his great holy weapon-grade combat sword and slashed at Wan Tianbing. Wan Tianbing roared in anger and counterattacked with all his might, slashing out a sword light. The two swords clashed, causing the sky to buzz. Then, a figure retreated quickly. It was Wan Tianbing. He was suppressed by Lu Ming in a head-on confrontation. Kill! Lu Ming continued to charge at Wan Tianbing with an imposing aura and a murderous aura that soared to the sky. Wan Tianbing used all his strength to counterattack. Clang! 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 The two of them kept clashing against each other in the rainbow-like soldier chi, but each time they clashed, Wan Tianbing would be forced to take a few steps back. After dozens of moves, he had already taken hundreds of steps back. His arms started to tremble. Lu Ming, go to hell! At this moment, Wan Tianbing's expression turned ferocious. An acupoint between his brows glowed with brilliant light. Then, a huge battle axe appeared, emitting terrifying fluctuations. An absolute saint weapon. That's an absolute saint weapon. How can a 10,000 celestial weapon seal an absolute saint weapon? What? Someone exclaimed in the surroundings. It must be the help of a monarch. Otherwise, the 10,000 celestial soldiers wouldn't be able to seal the absolute saint weapon. They would be torn apart by the absolute saint weapon. Someone said. That's right. Lu Ming is in danger. The 10,000 celestial soldiers aren't much weaker than him to begin with. Once he uses his holy weapon, Lu Ming won't be able to withstand it. As the voices rang out, Huang Ling, Mu Qingxue, and the others revealed worried expressions. Long Chen's eyes were shining, but he was not worried. Die! Wan Tianbing wielded his holy weapon, the battle axe, and struck out. The void trembled as if it was going to be split apart by this strike. Clang! Lu Ming used his great saint weapon to block the attack. The sword trembled and an unstoppable force gushed out. Lu Ming was sent flying back thousands of meters before he could regain his balance. Chapter 1760 Defeating them one by one. An absolute saint weapon is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He realized that the combat sword in his hand had a chip. A great saint weapon really couldn't take an absolute saint weapon head-on.
Wan Tianbing suppressed Lu Ming with one strike and was invigorated. His body was like a stream of light, appearing in front of Lu Ming in an instant, and his battle axe slashed down again. Clang! This time, Lu Ming was sent flying as well. There was even a crack on the combat sword. Kill Lu Ming! Wan Tianbing, let's kill him in one go! He shouted. Over at the Wan clan's side, a young man clamored, while an old man coldly spoke. Kill! The heavenly soldiers' morale was high. Their battle axes were like a storm as they slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand. Two shield-type holy weapons flew out from his surroundings and blocked in front of him. Bang! Bang! The battle axe chopped down, and the two shields were cut in half. A bright saint weapon was as fragile as tofu in front of an absolute saint weapon. Clang! Clang! After two consecutive moves, Lu Ming was forced to retreat. 10,000 celestial weapons. With your cultivation, I'm afraid your body won't be able to hold on for long before it backfires. Lu Ming spoke, his voice still very calm. Enough to kill you. Wan Tianbing roared and attacked wildly. Indeed, he could not afford to waste any more time. Just as Lu Ming had said, he could feel the terrifying pressure. The immense combat weapon qi was tearing his body apart at all times. A thin layer of blood had seeped out of his skin. He had to get rid of Lu Ming as soon as possible. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then, the space between his eyebrows glowed and a Tai Chi formation disc appeared. Go! Lu Ming waved his hand, and the Tai Chi formation disc emitted a brilliant light. A Tai Chi pattern swirled on the surface and pressed down on Wan Tianbing. Clang! Wan Tianbing's giant axe landed heavily on the Tai Chi formation disc. The Tai Chi formation disc became even more dazzling, shook violently, and was knocked back. However, there was not even a mark on the surface of the Tai Chi formation disc. Why would I? Wan Tianbing's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of treasure was Lu Ming using? It could even block an absolute saint weapon and not even leave a scratch on it. Then he charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out the Tai Chi formation disc to block. Although the Tai Chi formation disc would be sent flying every time, it managed to block the attacks of the 10,000 celestial soldiers each time while he remained unscathed. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. The Tai Chi formation disc was most likely an imperial-level treasure. It was just that Lu Ming could not fully unleash its power yet. Break! Wan Tianbing roared and slashed wildly at Lu Ming, but every time he did, he was blocked by the Tai Chi formation. The Wan family's faces darkened. Lu Ming is truly unparalleled. He has mastered the laws of chaos. He is undoubtedly the son of chaos. An old woman from the Phoenix Palace said, her eyes full of admiration. The son of chaos is known as one of the sons of God. He has great fortune and his talent can be said to be heaven-defying. Since ancient times, any son of God who has mastered the 10 ultimate laws will have unimaginable achievements as long as he doesn't die. This kid is very close to Phoenix Spirit. In that case, Phoenix Palace can only befriend him and not offend him. If he grows up in the future, it will only be beneficial to Phoenix Palace. Not bad. Several elders of the Phoenix Palace spoke one after another and communicated with each other through voice transmission. Whoosh! At this moment, a terrifying air-piercing sound came from behind Lu Ming. The sixth prince of the Golden Crow was coming at him again. You still dare to sneak attack with an injured body? Then I'll kill you. Lu Ming said coldly. The great saint's sword in his hand suddenly slashed backward. Now, there were 6 great saint weapons sealed in Lu Ming's body. The power was terrifying. With one sword strike, a shrill scream rang out, accompanied by golden feathers flying in the air. One of the wings of the 6th Golden Crow Prince had been cut off by Lu Ming. The 6th Prince of the Golden Crow was already injured by Lu Ming, so he was naturally no match for him. The Golden Crow's 6th Prince paled in fright and flapped his remaining wing desperately to retreat. Chaos Finger. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the Golden Crow's 6th Prince's wing. Then, he pointed his finger at the Golden Crow's 6th Prince. A terrifying finger pointed at the Golden Crow's 6th Prince. The Golden Crow's 6th Prince was horrified and tried to escape with all his might, but it was too late. The finger of tribulation of chaos was approaching him at an extreme speed. Whoosh! At this time, a golden light flashed and struck the chaos finger of tribulation, directly breaking it and allowing the 6th Golden Crow Prince to escape. It was an old man from the Golden Crow clan who had saved the 6th Prince. How despicable! Mu Qingsu's words were straightforward, and her voice resounded throughout the entire venue. The expert from the Golden Crow clan coldly glanced at Mu Qingxue and didn't say anything. Lu Ming cast a cold glance at the Golden Crow tribe. He did not pursue the sixth prince of the Golden Crow but looked at Wan Tianbing. At this moment, Wan Tianbing's eyes were bloodshot, and he was covered in blood. This was not Lu Ming's blood, but his own. He had been torn out by the backlash of the Absolute Saint weapon, and the backlash was getting stronger and stronger. The 10,000 celestial soldiers could no longer withstand it. Suddenly, Wan Tianbing's body trembled and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His aura quickly withered. Kill! How could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? The Tai Chi formation disc floated above his head. With a combat sword in hand, he charged at Wan Tianbing. Wan Tianbing could only barely raise his battle axe to block in front of him. Clang! Wan Tianbing's body was sent flying like a cannonball. He couldn't even hold the battle axe in his hand. The battle axe shook and flew out of his hand. Lu Ming stepped into the void and swept up his saint energy, sweeping Wan Tianbing's battle axe over and storing it in his storage ring. At the same time, he continued to attack Wan Tianbing with his combat sword. Wan Tianbing was suffering from a terrifying backlash. His physical body was about to be torn apart and he was severely injured. How could he withstand Lu Ming's attack? No! Wan Tianbing roared. Enough! An elder from the Wan family stepped out and waved his hand. A ray of saint power wrapped around Wan Tianbing like a ribbon and pulled him behind him. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he struck out with his palm. A huge palm print blasted towards Lu Ming, trying to kill him. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He did not expect the other party to be so despicable. Not only did they interfere directly, but they also attacked him. Although it was just a casual attack, the other party's realm was too high, and the power was still terrifyingly strong. Buzz! The Tai Chi formation disc above Lu Ming's head trembled and glowed with a brilliant light. It expanded rapidly and rushed toward the huge palm print. At the same time, Lu Ming erupted with all his strength and pointed with his finger. And NBSP, the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger, exploded with power, sending a massive Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger forward while he rapidly retreated. Boom! The Tai Chi formation disc was the first to be hit by the giant palm. It shook violently and the Tai Chi pattern on it was shattered. It shrank rapidly and flew toward Lu Ming, disappearing between his eyebrows. Tian, the huge palm print, did not stop and continued to crash down, clashing with the Primal Chaos Finger of Tribulation. The Chaotic Tribulation Finger emitted chaotic light and was extremely powerful. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was still too weak. He could not withstand the palm print and collapsed. However, after continuous resistance, the other party's palm print had been weakened by a large extent. The remaining power of the palm continued to blast toward Lu Ming. Block it! Lu Ming retreated while resisting with all his might. More than 100 saint weapons floated in front of him. A layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body. The laws of chaos flowed on the dragon scales. Boom! The palm force swept across and crushed everything. Lu Ming's body trembled violently and he retreated 1,000 meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the elder from the Wan family. His palm strike did not kill Lu Ming, but only injured him. He slashed out with his palm. This time, it was a ray of sword light that shocked the 9 heavens and seemed to be able to break through everything. At this moment, a phoenix's cry rang out. A ray of light flew out and blocked the sword light. The Wan family's experts looked at Phoenix Palace and said coldly, "What, is Phoenix Palace trying to stop me? Nonsense. The Golden Crow clan is shameless, but the Wan family is even more shameless. The younger generation can't win against Lu Ming, so you directly attack the older generation. How despicable!" Mu Qingxue directly cursed. "Shut up." The Wan clan's expert berated. "Shut up? You're despicable and shameless, yet you don't allow others to say it." Mu Qingxue called out. The power behind Mu Qingxue was also very powerful, so he didn't fear the Wan family at all. Qingxu's right. A month ago, Lu Ming challenged Wan Tianbing and the 6th Prince of the Golden Crow to a battle in front of everyone. This was a battle between the younger generation, and it was a battle of life and death. But now, not only did you save Wan Tianbing, but you also attacked Lu Ming. Isn't this too much? Huang Ling continued. It's not just too much, it's simply shameless. Just now, when Wan Tianbing had the upper hand, he shouted to kill Lu Ming. When Wan Tianbing was no match for him, the elders came to save him. They even attacked Lu Ming directly. This is the Wan family's style. I've really learned something, Long Chen said coldly. After being ridiculed by a few juniors, the Wan family's expert's face turned dark and extremely ugly. After that, the Wan family's powerhouse looked at Lu Ming and chided. Brat, hand over that absolute saint weapon, battle axe, and I'll spare your life. Spare me? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Lu Ming laughed and stepped forward in the air, facing the Wan family's powerhouse. I never thought that a Holy Land force like the Wan family would be so shameless. How can such a force be called a Holy Land force? What a joke. Today, I'm going to fight with Wan Tianbing and the sixth prince of the Golden Crow. If I'm no match for them, I'll just be killed. But if they're no match for me, you have no right to interfere. Besides, that battle axe is my trophy. What right do you have to take it back? Impudent. How dare you insult our Wan family? You're courting death. The Wan family's powerhouse's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He took a step forward, and a terrifying aura pressed toward Lu Ming. However, an elder from the Phoenix Palace also stepped forward and blocked the Wan family's experts with his aura. Is Phoenix Palace determined to go against the Wan family? The old man of the Wan family said coldly. Do you think Phoenix Palace will be afraid? An old woman from the Phoenix Palace smiled faintly. Haha, everyone here, in my opinion, it's better to avoid the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan in the future. It's best not to spar with them. If you lose, you'll be humiliated and killed by the other party. If you win, the other party's elders will immediately rush over to kill you. Lu Ming laughed out loud with a strong sense of sarcasm. That's right. In my opinion, in the future, the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan's younger generation should stay at home and not come out. They can't afford to lose at all. Mu Qingxue called out. The Wan family and the Golden Crow clan's faces became gloomier and gloomier. Brat, hand over that wing and well forget about today's matter. At this moment, a powerful being from the Golden Crow race stepped out and looked at Lu Ming with his golden eyes. What a joke. That's my trophy too. I'll roast the Golden Crow's wings tonight. They should be very acted and save the sixth prince of the Golden Crow and Wan Tianbing. Now, they were asking him for his spoils of war. How could Lu Ming hand them over? Delicious. Lu Ming said indifferently. He was unhappy, extremely unhappy. This was an unfair battle. Just as he said, if he was defeated, he would definitely be killed by his opponent. However, when his opponent was defeated, the elder figure of his opponent directly acted and saved the sixth prince of the Golden Crow and Wan Tianbing. Now, they were asking him for his spoils of war. How could Lu Ming hand them over? Impudent, you're courting death. All the powerful cultivators of the Golden Crow clan were filled with killing intent. They stepped forward and glared at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Ow! In the sky, there were the cries of dragons and elephants. Long Chen stepped through the void and came. Behind him were the experts of the Divine Elephant sect, who were closing in on the experts of the Golden Crow clan. Your Divine Elephant sect also wants to interfere? An expert from the Golden Crow race said, his eyes flashing with solemnness. The Divine Elephant sect's power was extremely terrifying. Even the Golden Crow clan had to be wary. Nonsense. Long Chen's answer was simple, but it showed his attitude. Bang! Bang! The powerhouses of the Phoenix Palace stepped into the air and stood in front of Lu Ming. The experts from the four sides began to confront each other. All around, the other cultivators looked on excitedly. Could it be that the four powerful forces were going to war today? Elder, Lu Ming is so talented. He's worth befriending. Moreover, Lu Ming and I are old friends. Yi Dong sent a message to a warrior of the Thunder God sect. The eyes of the Thunder God sect's elder flickered. Then, he nodded and transmitted a message to the other Thunder God sect's elders. Then, with a flash of lightning, a few elders of the Thunder God sect appeared near the Wan family's experts. A terrifying aura pressed towards the Wan family's people. Wan family, Golden Crow clan, you've gone too far today. An old man from the Thunder God sect said. This made the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan's faces even uglier. The Thunder God sect is also going to interfere? An expert from the Wan family spoke.
The battles between the younger generation are the matters of the younger generation. If there are no battles between geniuses, how can they grow? The older generation cannot interfere. This is an unwritten rule in the world of martial Dao. If everyone is like you, how would the younger generation dare to go out and train? If the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan can do this, then the other forces can do the same. Then, wouldn't all the younger generation disciples be slaughtered by the older generation? An elder of the Thunder God sect said. Although the voice of the Thunder God sect's elder was calm, it contained killing intent. His intention was obvious. If the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan can do this, then other forces can do the same. Unless the disciples of the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan stay together in the future, they will also be killed. Without the new blood of the younger generation, any force would be destroyed. The experts of the Wan family and the Golden Crow race looked very gloomy. All right, let's forget about today's matter. An expert from the Wan family flicked his sleeves and looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Don't think that just because you defeated Wan Tianbing and the sixth prince of the Golden Crow, you can become the leader of the younger generation. The great saints of the ancient Moon Holy Land have all gone to Heaven Emperor City, but they will be back soon. At that time, someone from the Wan family will kill you. Let's go. After that, the people of the Wan family stepped into the air and left the place. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.